Welcome to a Legalbytes presentation of the Karen Reed murder trial. If you're new here, my name is Alita. I'm a lawyer licensed in California and DC, and on this channel we make sense of the law one bite at a time. If you want more on the background of the Karen Reed case, check out our video on it linked in the description below. But otherwise, you be the jury. Did Karen Reed murder her Boston PD boyfriend John O'Keefe, or is she being framed by local police who Reed says are actually responsible for O'Keefe's death? Tell us what you think. But in the process, the one rule is don't be a dingus. Remember, everyone comes from their own perspective and opinion, and everyone comes to conclusions at their own pace. Agree or disagree, but always respectfully. Okay, let's get into it. All right, folks, here we go. We've got day 16 of the Karen Reed murder trial. Hope you guys can hear me okay. I hope that the internet is stable enough. We will see how it goes today. You know, despite the internet difficulties, we had a pretty good showing, which was really nice. Always happy to see folks showing up for these streams and for the commentary and all that good stuff. So I really appreciate you guys joining me on this journey. It's been a wild ride so far, hasn't it? It is... So we are, we're on to day 16 morning. Yesterday, we had a half day for day 15. It was all Jen McCabe all day, for better or for worse. And so I don't know what is going on here. For some reason, it's still saying, there we go. Okay, cool. All right. 1 second. I'm using multiple devices here to try to keep track of everything. And so, okay, I think we're fine. All right, cool. Okay, so we've got more Jen McCabe today. We've got a recap that's going to be coming out. It's coming up later than usual. A lot of it is because of the way in which the cross-examination was done. It's not my favorite kind of cross-examination. You guys know I love a very laser sharp cross-examination where somebody gets in, you get your points, you get out. That's my favorite kind. And part of it, I'm realizing, part of my bias for it might come from the fact that I have a much easier time paying attention for those. That's just the way that my brain works. But as I was reviewing this, I realized the chaos of the fog of war of that kind of cross-examination was probably actually really good for this particular witness, because she's the kind that had everything lined up in her direct examination. She had her points that she wanted to supply and give in addition to the questions that were being asked. And so she seemed to have like this checkbox in her mind that she was going through on direct examination. And so how do you throw someone like that off? Well, you go here, you go there, you go there, you go there, and then you go back up here again, and then you go back over there again for a little bit. And so that's kind of what Alan Jackson was doing, partly to just like grind her down. This is a war of atrocity, is what I refer to it as in the recap. So I'm giving you a little bit of a preview from the recap from yesterday, even though it shouldn't be a preview. It should, whatever, it's fine. I should have these things out, but it'll get out, and it's a good recap. But anyway, and that revealed some things about her personality that were very different on cross-examination than they were on direct examination. It also revealed some inconsistencies that she had a hard time sort of maintaining control of, and she really wanted to maintain control over those. Yes, war of attrition. Did I say something different? I meant to say war of attrition. That's actually what I call it in the recap. But anyway, but yes, that's what I meant from that. And the whole not answering until she had the receipts in front of her that she knew Alan Jackson had in his hand, that he was ready to jump off of, for her testimony to impeach her with some kind of an inconsistency. It was, I didn't realize this until I turned off the stream for the evening. I kind of thought about it for a moment, but those of you who follow me on Twitter may have seen me tweet about this, but it felt very like the whole 4 hours of her being like, I want to see, what you're talking about. I want to see the record of, my testimony from before. I want to see, like, before she would say anything, it felt very much, I said war of atrocity. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. I meant war of attrition. Anyway, so what I was going to say is it felt very, very much like, can I speak to the manager? Or not can I, but I want to speak to the manager. So that kind of a vibe was not exactly helpful to her case, especially if there's anyone on the jury, by the way, who has extensive experience or maybe any experience of having worked in the service industry. Not a great way to have the jury empathize or sympathize with your situation. Stella by the Sea, thank you so much for the super sticker. And we've got some questions here also already coming in. We'll get a few of these, and then I definitely want to start with the testimony. But also, Debbie Faison Cook, thanks so much for being a member for 18 months. I can't wait to see more great impeachment today. Who knows? Who knows? Debbie Faison Cook also gifted 1 Legalbytes membership. Thank you so much, Debbie. So kind and generous of you once again. So Crystal Palmer, you have been gifted a membership by Debbie Faison Cook. So welcome or welcome back. And Debbie, thank you so much. So kind of you. Dave Beatty, question for Legalbytes. What sort of penalties can be handed down if it is true that people were viewing and discussing trial witnesses or cooperating on evidence and statements? There are some penalties that can come in. A lot of it is really just pointing it out to the jury, though, so that they can see and they can make their determination about the testimony. That's probably going to be the biggest the biggest thing that they'll do here. Sophie 1518, the cross didn't convince me that Kerry is innocent, but it did show me how unpleasant JM is. I do feel the whole interrogation thing in the group chat is weird, though. It does feel weird, right? And so, and this is something that I was thinking about, is that for me personally, it doesn't necessarily mean, like, it could go so far. For some people, it could go so far as to help, show that there is a conspiracy, that Jen is one of these sort of Regina George ringleaders that's sort of leading this conspiracy against Karen Reed. Maybe a bit of a Mean Girls vibe overall here to this part of the story. But at the very least, though, it can inform the jury as to who this person is and whether or not they should trust her testimony, especially when it differs from someone else's. So can they trust her? Can they trust her testimony? That's a big question with all of these witnesses. And so when these kinds of things get revealed, the jury may be like, I'm not listening to this person. Like, you're full of crap, like you are spinning absolutely every single little thing here. So these are things that can absolutely happen, and they can make a difference. Suki Linden, question, Legalbytes, do you think the judge should have remonstrated with JM? Can't imagine seeing Judge Ascarati allowing her behavior. Every judge has their tendencies. Every judge has their things that they allow and that they don't allow. I mean, Judge Ascarati had particular types of objections that she tended to like and dislike. And it took some time for the DEP team to actually kind of catch on to that a bit. But once they did, they were able to sort of like get going with the sort of programming and kind of and utilizing that to their benefit. So, the same thing is true of any other judge. They've all got their tendencies, the things that they favor, that they disfavor. And so, that's the kind of, the kind of thing that you have to deal with in any kind of a trial. Me, my drone, and I question, when, if any time, will we hear the 911 call from the dispatcher side of the call? And was it received via butt dial? So many butt dials in this trial. So many talented butts that know how to make phone calls, right? I don't know. I'm not sure. We definitely have heard a couple of 911 calls, or a couple times we've heard the 911 call from Jennifer McCabe. So I don't know. I from the dispatcher side, I'm not sure, because, especially, it's so hard to hear these calls too. And a lot of it is because it's being recorded, from the cameras and, from Court TV or wherever. And so, the acoustics of the room plus the recording equipment and all of these things makes it so much harder to hear. I wish we could hear a clearer version of it. And there have been questions that I've seen in other comments and things about whether or not they can introduce like a clarified version of this audio. Usually not. That's usually not, because there are all kinds of issues that can come up with who's doing the clarifying, how are they clarifying it, are they doing it in a way that maybe skews the perception of this? Is that a realistic perception from the moment, because these things that are like, taking, let's say for example, there's surveillance footage of a self-defense situation, and the question is, did the defendant use a reasonable amount of force considering what they perceived in the moment? And so sometimes when you slow down the footage to try to get like tiny slices of time of like what happened there, that can slow things down so much that it mischaracterizes what the defendant would have perceived in the moment, because things happen so fast and they have to react so quickly to things happening. Like that's an example of like how things can get skewed improperly and how that can improperly impact the trial. So anytime we're talking about recordings or surveillance footage or any of this kind of stuff, like we want to be careful about that kind of stuff, because of the way that it can mischaracterize what actually happened. As frustrating as it can be when we're like, I don't know, I can't tell what that says, or what they maybe said. So that can also be kind of hard, but we got to work with it. Khalil Osborne has the question of why police wouldn't detain KR after her allegedly confessing she hit him already been discussed. It may have come up in cross-examination a few times. I imagine that it has. I don't really remember specifically it happening, but I feel like people have mentioned that. People have brought that up at some point. Debbie Faison Cook, also before we get started, can you please explain? Oh, I think you also asked a question earlier. Wait a minute. Sorry, I missed it. Did you notice that the judge called her Jen and not Mrs. McCabe? She said, Jen, I'll see you tomorrow. Oh, I did not. I missed that. That is really interesting. I don't know, but that wouldn't have been in front of the jury, so the jury wouldn't have heard that, because they're excused before she is. But that does suggest a certain familiarity. Wild. Also, before we get started, can you please explain hostile witness again? So many people keep asking if they can declare her a hostile witness. So a hostile witness is when a witness is determined to be basically like against your side's interests. And so by definition, every single cross-examination is a hostile witness. Every single time you are cross-examining someone, they are being brought up by the other side, presumably because they are going to be testifying something that is helpful to the other side. So even if they're not like a hostile personality or something like that, they are technically like, they're already by definition a hostile witness. It's not about how they're acting on the stand. It's not about how they're presenting themselves. It's really just about like are their interests opposing to yours? And so when it comes to like declaring someone a hostile witness, that typically only happens if that is someone who is called on direct examination. You have called someone on direct examination, and that person might start out being someone that you think is not going to be hostile to you, but then as they're testifying, they're getting more and more difficult. Then them presenting themselves as particularly difficult, that can change that, and you can request that. Or maybe in advance, that the witness that you're calling is from the other side, because the other side doesn't want to call them, because like they know that what they would testify to is bad for their case. They have bad information. So they're like, we don't want to call them. So then you might want to call a witness who is totally like, let's say, for example, the prosecution was like, well, we don't want to call Colin Albert because, it's really more damaging than anything else to have him testify. Then the prosecution or the defense could say, well, we're going to call him, and we'll call him as a hostile witness. It's fine. So then you're able to basically cross-examine them on direct examination. Like that's what that means. Julie Smagnoto. I'm once again begging people to stop thinking that what happens on Law and Order or other law dramas is somehow being the reality of courts. Yes, it is. It is true. But hey, that's one of the benefits of these live stream trials, right? getting to talk about these things. Bats 80, sorry to ask, lots LOL, but I saw a police officer saying it's weird to gather blood for car accidents or DV. Why would they gather blood that they suspect is JO? I'm sorry for word soup, LOL. Car accidents or DV. I don't know. I can't really respond to that very well, because police officers would know more than I would of like what is more common to collect, particular things, like what's protocol. Your prosecutors probably would also, maybe even criminal defense attorneys. But folks that have a lot of experience in criminal law would probably have some really good like insight on that. I don't have as much from having primarily a civil litigation background. Yeah, but I don't know. Maybe they suspected that. They were like, well, if this involves a death, it's helpful to bring this in. All right, let's get a couple more, and then let's try to get to some testimony. Mike Olson, yesterday the judge seemed to have switched sides, right? Do you think it was because she really had a change of heart? She listened to us, or that she disliked the Karen Jennifer McCabe? Well, first of all, if you guys are enjoying this stream, please do like the stream. Thank you so much for the reminder. I always forget to say that at the beginning of these streams. I don't think that she's particularly switched sides. I know that she's expressed frustration with the defense. That may just be a personality thing, that she is, I don't know, just annoyed a little bit by the razzle dazzle, as I've called it, of the defense team. But I think I don't think it goes so far as to her having like a very strong bias. I don't know. And I wouldn't say that she's switched sides on anything. I think that she just has, she's got her tendencies, and the defense team, for the first few weeks has been bumping into those tendencies more so than the prosecution, which, similar to the DAP trial, the side that was kind of bumping into the judge's like things that she doesn't like as much was the team that was more from out of town, as opposed to the ones that had been in front of her, hearing after hearing, trial after trial. So there's an advantage to being kind of the home team in a case like this, or in any kind of a trial, because you kind of know the judge's tendencies. And so here, this prosecutor, I would imagine, has done plenty of cases in front of this judge. And so he probably knows her quite well, and what she likes and what she doesn't like, and how she operates and how she prefers to operate. Those things can all make a difference in things going smoothly, and the judge expressing frustration and all kinds of things. Should the judge still try to refrain from expressing that kind of frustration? In my opinion, yes, because that can have an impact on the jury, even if very subtly. But that, there could have just been changes like that had happened, that they kind of figured out, like, okay, like we'll do some things, we won't do other things. Maybe. I don't know. El Borate, Legalbytes, did you say that a hostile witness only allows the attorney to ask leading questions on direct examination? Well, that would be the only situation, basically, where you can ask a series of leading questions sorry, let me rephrase that. That would be basically the only situation on direct examination when you can ask leading questions, is if they have been basically determined to be a hostile witness. Otherwise, leading questions are for cross and recross. Direct examination, some redirect, you can have some leading questions. But other than that, it's all direct is all open-ended questions, non-leading. Okay. Me, my drone, and I question. Will AJ ask about the alleged meeting of the three at the back of the Lexus for the purpose of looking at the cracked taillight? I hope so, because that was something that you kind of had to notice in order to pick up on the direct examination. And it was very surprising that they showed that footage right after she said that, because it's, a lot of people picked up on that. I don't know if the jury did. It's helpful if on cross-examination, they also point that out. But yeah, so I don't know. I hope so. All right, folks, let's get to this. I'm also testing out a new like layout of like where I am on the screen. I mean, I can always go back to this if we want, but I mean, I don't know. I guess there's that where I'm super tiny, but that's a little bit better. All right. Well, let's test this out for a little bit. All right, folks. And there is a poll going on in the chat. So if you guys have thoughts on which way you're leaning about whether she's guilty or not guilty, or you need information, let us know. And Lally Tally, there is no update from yesterday because Lally did not do any kind of direct examination yesterday. So Lally Tally for yesterday was 0, zilch, nada. Okay, let's get to it, shall we?
Give no fault. Draw near, give your attendance, and shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Court is now open. You may be seated.
I love it.
2117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your
Good
Honor.
morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson on behalf of the street.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of the street.
Good morning, Ms. Little. Good
Good morning, Your Honor. David Unetti for Karen Reed.
morning, Mr. Unetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So the county was kind enough to come in last night and make sure that the air conditioning was working. They were here late. They did a really terrific job, so I think everybody should be comfortable today. I do have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday?
No.
Everyone said no or shook their head. All right, may we have Ms. Reed, Ms. McCabe, please?
You shall swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I did.
Yeah, nothing but the truth, Jen. What was up with that yesterday?
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you were ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, as a matter of housekeeping, I want to show you a quick set of documents that you saw yesterday, but I just want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing with the court's permission.
Sure.
Same 10-page document she saw yesterday. Can you just take a look at that and tell me if that appears to be the same set of documents that we talked about yesterday that included the group chats, for lack of a better phrase?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I don't mean to rush you.
That's good.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that this.
Hey,
set
Kurt,
group
good to
chat
see you in the chat.
be moved, marked and moved to evidence.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
May I approach?
Yes.
Exhibit 98 from the record.
Does that cover more than what you covered yesterday?
The exact same document, I just failed to do it yesterday, my fault.
All right. So is there still more? I'm just curious if my form's different then.
Yours should be the exact same.
Why don't I take a look at the exhibit, please?
All right. Fast forward, fast forward.
Yes.
All right, so that will come into evidence, and jurors, sometimes I do have to repeat myself a bit, but this is, again, before you can consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent these messages was in fact the person identified as doing so. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that the person who was identified as doing so was the person who authored or sent or transmitted the electronic communication, then you may not consider that electronic communication in your deliberations. So, all right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Except before he does, really, really quick. Nick Starrow, thank you so much for the super chat. Theory, Jen McCabe asks for the reports all the time to refresh her memory because she doesn't remember which story she told what officer. Truth is not hard to remember, lies are. I mean, it has a little bit of that feel to it. I'm not gonna lie. It has a little bit of that feel to it because of the fact that you can tell, like, she does have this sense of, what is it? Like, she does have this sense of like, maybe panic, maybe that's not the right word, but something like hot, like a little bit of an anxiety about like, what is it that you are about to try to nail me on? I need to get in front of it. I need to see it before you nail me on it so that I can try to get ahead of it and try to argue on your side as to your receipts. yeah, so there is a bit of a feel like that.
Ms. McCabe, you'll recall yesterday we talked about the 12 times in your grand jury transcript
Ooh,
that you
I hit him, I
talked
hit him.
about statements that you attributed to my client. You remember that conversation?
Yes.
And in those dozen times, you never used the word or the words or the phrase, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
And your explanation for that was, well, I wasn't asked that specific question, correct?
He's going to get her.
Correct.
He's going to get her. He's going to show a direct question of whether she was asked. It's going to happen.
You were, in fact, on January 29th, let me rephrase that just a little bit. You did, in fact, on January 29th, seek to ask an officer to come back to 34 Fairview for the specific purpose of telling that officer something that you thought was important, correct?
Correct.
Which officer was that?
Michael Lank.
And about what time did you ask Officer Lank to join you back at 34 Fairview?
I'm not sure. I know it was in the AM. I'm just not sure what time exactly.
Somewhere around 9 a.m. Does that sound about right?
Possibly.
Okay, so this literally, we're talking about just a couple of hours after the incident in question.
Correct.
Okay. Sergeant Lank came with Sergeant Gallagher, I believe, correct?
Correct.
Came back to the location at 34 Fairview and gave you an opportunity to provide whatever information you deemed relevant at that time to impart to him, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it true that at that time, you didn't tell Sergeant Lank that my client said, I hit him? What you said was that my client said, I hope I didn't hit him, correct?
No.
May I approach you on it?
This is another report that's wrong. It's another report that, oh, he just got it wrong. I said it the right way, but he just took it down wrong. Everybody takes it down wrong, apparently.
Could you take a look at that report, just the face page, and tell me if that appears to be an incident report associated with this case? I know you didn't draft it, but you recognize that that's an incident report from the police, Canton Police specifically.
Yes.
Could you turn to the tab that's the little light blue tab, maybe 3 pages from the end of that report?
Yes.
I'd like you to read that paragraph to yourself, if you wouldn't mind, please.
Take your time. You want to make sure you're properly impeached.
Do you have that in mind?
I do, yes.
Okay, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Be a report of the incident in which Sergeant Lank came back to 34 Fairview to give you an opportunity to tell him whatever it was that you thought was important, correct?
Was that a full report or is that just an excerpt from it,
Well,
that paragraph?
That right there is a full report of that incident of Sergeant Lank going back to 34 Fairview. Would you agree?
Well, that's not a full report of what I said, but if that's his full report, it's his full report.
Okay. And in this report, what he writes that you said to him,
Objection.
The objection sustained.
isn't it true that what you actually told Sergeant Lank when he returned is that while driving around with her and Roberts looking for the victim, Miss Reed said something to the effect of, quote, I hope I didn't hit him, end quote. Isn't that what you told him?
Yes, because she said that when we were driving around.
And then you went on to say that, quote, she, Karen Reed, made these statements again at the scene when the victim was discovered, correct?
Correct.
And then you went on to say she, Karen Reed, that you thought that Reed may have made these same statements in front of a police officer, but she was not sure, meaning you were not sure, correct?
I was not sure if she made what the police officers may have heard. That report is his recollection. My recollection is I told him that she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And I told him that he should ask the responders if they heard that, because it was a great possibility that they heard it as well.
But none of that, you
Oh, sorry.
agree, you just read the report. None of that is in his report.
That's a very brief report.
I didn't ask.
I mean, okay, hang on a second. Hang on a second. That's a very, very, very important thing that they would want to put into the report, don't you think? Don't you think? Like this is like the most important thing that has come out of her testimony from this trial in the last few days is the fact that she says that Karen Reed said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, affirmatively, expressly, not questioning, statement. Like this is the thing that she said was so important. And everyone agrees that that's a very important statement. So either do we believe that Officer Lank is that stupid that he hears that and says, I'll leave that out of the report. Who cares, right? That's not important. I don't think that's important. Do we really think that he's that stupid? Now, we have had a number of very serious mistakes, a number of very, very serious issues of judgment in terms of the investigation of this case, right? Red Solo cups, all the things. So many terrible decisions made by Canton PD. But do we really think that it goes that bad? Like on that thing? I don't know. I don't know that that's going to not make it into the report if she actually told him. Like, it just seems like she really thinks that everyone is stupid. Like everyone is stupid here, apparently, other than her. So I don't know. I don't know, man. I mean, this is yet another officer. Every single time there's an inconsistency. It's not my fault. It's their fault. They're the ones that wrote it wrong in their report. They're the ones that didn't take down the importance of, Trooper Michael Proctor didn't take down the detail of me telling him about where the Jeep was. He left that out of the detail. It's not my fault. It's his fault. It's not my fault that this, statement of I hit him didn't make it into the report that Officer Lank took down. It's his fault. He's the one that didn't report it. It's just like, come on. At what point does she think that people are going to continue following her excuses? It's ridiculous. All right. That's a rant. That's a legit Legalbytes rant. We got one in for the day. There we go. Also, just because, thank you so much for the super chat. Princess Impeach Showtime.
If it was brief, I asked you if it was in it, correct?
Correct.
And that's a report of a conversation that he had at 34 Fairview with you for the specific purpose of memorializing what you told him, correct?
Correct.
And what you told him, according to Sergeant Lank, is she said one phrase, I hope I didn't hit him, correct?
That's what's in the report.
All right. And again, this was 2.5, 3 hours after the incident, not 2.5 years later, correct?
Correct.
Ms. McCabe, we talked yesterday about this unrecorded meeting that you had in front of Sergeant Lank's home on January 30th. Do you remember that conversation?
I remember the conversation, yes.
Have you had any other home visits with any other police officers involved in this case?
I went to drop off. It was not a visit. It was myself with Kerry Roberts dropping her daughter off. There was no involvement of Mike Lank on this day.
Have you been to the home, the personal residence of any other police officer involved in this case? Ever?
Yes.
What?
Tell me who.
Kevin Albert.
Who else?
I went to Elizabeth Proctor, the wife of Michael Proctor's house.
Wait, you mean you went
Who
to
does
Michael?
Elizabeth Proctor live with?
Wait. I went to Elizabeth Proctor's house. She's the wife of Michael Proctor. You mean you went to Michael Proctor's house? You went to Trooper Michael Proctor's house. You went to Trooper Michael Proctor's house, the lead investigator of this case. You went to his house. You didn't go to Elizabeth Proctor's house. You went to... I'm sorry. I can't take it anymore. Oh, man. That's funny.
Michael Proctor.
So you actually went to Michael Proctor's personal residence, didn't
I
you?
did, yes.
That was in September of what year?
23. I went over.
23.
Yes.
And yes, I see it in the chat, and I 100% agree.
Don't be suspicious. 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 Don't be suspicious.
John Ralphio?
All right. Oh man, is everybody awake? I sure am. Oh man, let's continue with this.
Why'd you go to Michael Proctor's house in September of 2023?
I met Elizabeth Proctor in approximately July or August of 2023. We are two mothers that are being viciously terrorized
come
and
on.
harassed by social media.
Everything is everybody else's fault. See, this is the problem. This is the problem with when somebody has an excuse for absolutely everything, is that at some point when you want something to have an impact, something like harassment is a very serious problem. And I have a lot of empathy for, like, her daughter, for example, had a legitimate emotional response to what she says that she's been through, harassment and that kind of thing. And I sincerely believe that emotional outburst was real. It was sincere. And I think that, and I think it sucks that she's gone through that. Like it legitimately sucks when you have the internet coming after you. I've felt that to an extent in the past, not to this extent, but in this kind of a serious sort of situation. But it's enough to have an understanding that it sucks when you have people on the internet coming after you, and I hate that. But the problem is, when you have an excuse for absolutely everything, and then you bring this up as well again and again and again, and you keep bringing it up as an excuse for other things that you are doing and that you are saying and other inaccuracies that you are giving, it diminishes the impact of, what people are going to think about, is this harassment even real, or are you just using it as an excuse? Do you feel like it's harassment when it's not really? I mean, the jury might be thinking these things at a certain point. So it's just like, at this point, I have far less empathy for anything that she has gone through, because of the fact that every single thing that she is testifying to that is an inconsistency has an excuse. So it's like, I have far less patience in this cross-examination for the things that she's saying about this that is an excuse than I have for any of the other witnesses that have testified so far. So far, like, I on day 14, I was like, this is like, so far, the prosecution's best witness. Why didn't she go first? And now I'm feeling like she is the absolute worst witness because of the way that she is conducting herself on cross-examination. She's completely dismantling her own testimony on her own.
Things that were stated in this courtroom and allegations that were made have torn our lives upside.
So, and the other thing is, when she's talking about harassment, there's social media harassment, and then there's the defense's arguments in their case. There also is a distinction there, in my opinion, because I think that, sorry, I keep interrupting what she's saying to say these things, but I do think that it's important, right? The defense has a right to put on their case. They have a right to make legal arguments in their defense. And if that is ugly for someone else to go through, it doesn't matter. That's Karen Reed's legal right, is to defend herself and to say, it was not me. I think it was someone else. I think that someone else is lying about me. And if that means that someone else is feeling harassed by the legal arguments, tough titties, I'm sorry. But like, social media harassment and like real life harassment by other people outside of the courtroom, that is an entirely different situation. So this whole thing that she's saying like, everything about this, including the defense making these defense arguments, is harassment to me. That diminishes the reality probably of what they've actually gone through on the outside, because it's all getting conflated together.
Down. We receive hate letters saying that they
I'm
hope
asking you
things.
why? I know you want to give a narrative.
She gets to answer this, Mr. Jackson. The door's open.
Your Honor, if she could answer the question why she went to the house as opposed to the narrative behind her motivation.
Yeah, sorry guys. I will back up to the beginning of when she started answering. Okay. Okay.
I met Elizabeth Proctor in approximately July or August of 2023. We are two mothers that are being viciously terrorized and harassed by social media. Things that were stated in this courtroom and allegations that were made have torn our lives upside down. We receive hate letters saying that they
I'm
hope
asking you
things.
why? I know you want to give a narrative.
She gets to answer this, Mr. Jackson. The door's open.
Your Honor, if she could answer the question why she went to the house as opposed to the narrative behind her motivation.
It sounds to me like she's explaining why she went to the house. Okay. The door was open, Mr. Jackson.
Go ahead.
Really quick here. Let's see. Dionysia Jaclo, thanks so much for the super chat. This is why I love this channel. Your comments are on point with a heart. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. Sometimes I can't help myself. I get fired up about these things, and that's just the way things come out.
We receive letters, we receive emails, we receive calls. People drive by our house. There was a rolling rally outside of my house where people just screamed at us.
Yeah, see, I don't like
They
that.
take pictures of our children. They took a picture of my daughter and put
I don't like that either. I keep interrupting. I'm sorry, but I don't like that either.
semen on it and said property of some named blogger that I think the defense is very familiar with. So that is why myself and Elizabeth Proctor got together. Michael Proctor was not home. We are two mothers trying to get through the unthinkable together.
So you were upset about the public outrage concerning your family's involvement in the death of John O'Keefe.
I was outraged because I am a state witness that is being tortured because of lies.
Because of public outrage concerning your family's involvement in the death of a police officer, correct?
No, it's a social media witch hunt.
I see. So you decided that the best way for you to address that angst that you were feeling is to go to the lead investigator's home, personal home, in this case, correct?
I went to visit Elizabeth Proctor. Michael Proctor was not home.
But that's a good way for him to kind of turn it back on her, to be like, okay, so you're saying that there's this social media thing, and that means that you can get involved in the investigation of this case, and that means that you can go and intervene in the legal process. I'm sorry, that's also not right. Like the defense attorney here can be like, hey, this, I don't like it. I don't like the harassment. I don't like, people having parades and demonstrations outside of your house and taking photos of your kids. I'm saying this because I don't like it. And I hope the defense attorneys also don't like it, probably. But they can say that and be like, but I also don't like a witness then deciding to intervene in a legal process because she's upset about the things that she's experiencing every day. That is also not right. Two wrongs do not make a right. Honest Mike, thank you so much for the super chat. Gaslighting the Musical starring Jen McCabe. And also, by the way, I realized as soon as I cracked open this bottle, this may be a glass bottle of clear liquid, but I'm sure you guys know I'm pregnant. I've got baby bites in my belly. This is not vodka, despite the fact that first, according to some people, clear liquid means vodka. This is just water, but I just wanted to let you guys know, just to make that clear. All right. Let's get back to it.
It's like when you went to when you went to Sergeant Lank's house, and the only person you met with was his wife. When you went to Michael Proctor's house, your claim is the only person you met with was his wife.
I personally did not go to Mike Lank's. It was not Jen going to Michael Lank's. It was Kerry Roberts dropping her daughter off, and I happened to be in the car with her.
How did you happen to be in the car with her when you didn't have her phone number the day before? You didn't even know her that well. That's so weird to me.
Elizabeth Proctor, I met with because we couldn't take the torture any longer.
And you were later asked about this unrecorded visit at Trooper Proctor's home by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Can you remind me?
Sure. Did you have a conversation with a trooper by the name of Tully, who interviewed you specifically about your contact with Michael Proctor?
Could I see the report to refresh my memory?
Do you not remember having a conversation with Trooper Tully?
I've had many conversations
Do you not
over the
remember?
last 2 years.
Trooper Tully?
Over the last 2 years with a number of troopers.
Okay. All I'm asking you is, do you, and I've got a report that can refresh your recollection. I want to know, first of all, do you remember having a conversation about your relationship with Michael and Elizabeth Proctor with Trooper Tully?
I know I had a conversation with a trooper about it. I don't remember exactly which trooper.
Fair enough. May I approach?
Yes.
The multi-page report. I'm going to show you this page. Okay.
Thank you.
Take a look at the face page of that, read it to yourself. And then I'd ask you to turn to the tabbed page, which is paragraph 27.
Okay.
You have that in mind?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection, Ms. McCabe, that you had a conversation or an interview, formal interview, with Trooper Tully about your relationship with Elizabeth and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
And you told, actually, let me back up for a second. Okay, was that somewhere in the vicinity of September, late September, early October, when you had that conversation?
Is there a date on it?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
There's a date stamp on the bottom. Take a look at that date stamp on the bottom and tell me if that refreshes your recollection of about the time that that conversation would have taken place.
Well, the date stamp on the bottom is when it was, I'm assuming, entered into evidence,
Right.
but that doesn't say when the interview itself was.
Right, so if you'll agree with me, you know that you had the meeting with at Elizabeth and Michael Proctor's home sometime in September 2023, correct?
Correct.
If that's dated October of 2023, that's what I'm trying to get to. I don't know the date because it's not dated.
So I don't either.
So do you think it was between September and October?
It must have been.
Had to have been, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Before I get to that, I've got a couple of other questions. You had, at some point, multiple phone calls with Michael Proctor after January 29th, 2022, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you remember all the phone calls that you had with him?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at a log of your phone calls?
Yes, that'd be great. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes. Is this what was marked 00 or
It's
00
not.
this morning?
That will be next.
Okay.
This is just a full ones that are tabbed, highlighted.
Thank you.
Take a look at that and tell me if you specifically, there's a lot of calls there. There are blue tabs. You could look at those blue tabs and then tell me when you've taken a look at those.
Okay.
Mark, Maybe she butt drove the car to Trooper Proctor's house. It was an accident. She didn't mean to. Her butt did it. My goodness.
Okay.
And just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Having looked at this set of records, does this appear to be an accurate reflection of the phone calls that you shared with Michael Proctor at some point on and after January 29th?
Yes.
Just to summarize those, and I don't want to belabor this, but there was a call on the 29th at 10:55 a.m. with Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
There was a call on the 29th at 12:49 p.m., correct?
I didn't memorize them.
I understand. Would you?
So if you want to give me the paper back, then I could probably answer correctly.
You want to
Okay.
do it that way, we certainly can. May I?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, first call, January 29th, 10:55 a.m. Trooper Proctor calls you for 1 minute and 17 seconds.
Correct.
Next tab, January 29th, 12:49 p.m. Trooper Proctor calls you for 1 minute and 8 seconds.
Correct.
January 30th at 9:51 a.m. You called Trooper Proctor, 4-second call, probably a voicemail or something.
Correct.
January 30th, a minute later, 9:52 a.m. You then call Trooper Proctor again, 21 minutes and 31 seconds for that call.
Correct.
January 30th, same day, 4:45 p.m. Trooper Proctor calls you, 9 minutes and 43 seconds.
Correct.
January 31st, the next day, at 11:51 a.m., you call Trooper Proctor for 2 minutes and 53 seconds.
Correct.
That is the sum of those call logs, correct?
Correct.
Can I approach?
Yes.
Those aren't all the calls that you had with Trooper Proctor. That didn't stop. It's just where these logs stop, correct?
I'd have to see my further call logs.
Do you believe that you've had additional phone calls with Trooper Proctor after that last call on the 31st?
I know I did in 2023.
Okay. In 2022, did you have additional phone calls with her?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look at phone records.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
May we approach briefly?
Okay, we are going to fast forward once again. Time travel, time travel, time travel. Oh boy. Yeah, she's definitely being very careful about these call logs for sure.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe.
Oops, sorry. Okay.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, I don't have the records in front of me. That you will, they'll be found before the end of our conversation. But in the meantime, for expedition, do you remember a call on February 14th with Trooper Proctor lasting about 17 minutes?
I don't know.
Do you remember a call on February 17th lasting about 2 minutes?
I don't know.
Do you remember a call on February 28th lasting about 2 minutes?
I don't recall. Again, it's hard.
I expect that your answer is going to be, I don't recall, but I want to make a record if I could. So this is not a test of your memory at this point. I don't expect you to have it memorized. I just want to ask if maybe one of these.
We know you suffer from cross-examnesia too. We get it. We understand. It's a condition. It runs in the family. It's fine. Cross-examnesia, it's a thing. It's, it's genetic. It's actually a genetic disorder. Little known fact, cross-examnesia.
Stand out in your mind, or all of them. What about a second call on February 28th, lasting about a minute?
Don't recall.
On March 1st, another call with Trooper Proctor lasting about a minute.
I do not recall.
Apparently a second call on March 1st, lasting about 2 minutes and a few seconds.
I don't recall.
On March 11th, another call in the afternoon, lasting about 12 minutes.
I don't recall.
And finally, a call toward the end of March, March 29th, lasting about 4 minutes.
Again, I don't recall.
Okay. Understood that this is not a memory test, and I don't have the records in front of me, so I apologize about that. Based on the conversation that we've just had, does that jog your memory that you had multiple calls in February and March with Trooper Proctor, as well as the calls we've gone over with the records in January?
To be honest, I had calls with many people. I was in a state of shock for a month.
I had calls with many people. Why? Is it because you kept trying to call everyone to maintain control of the narrative? It's like at this point, these are the kind of thoughts that bubble up. I know I'm definitely being a bit spicier today with her cross-examination. It's because, I think for me, I keep an open mind. I withhold judgment. I look at things from another perspective. I try to, give it some reserve. Think about things from there's always another way of looking at this. But at this point in her cross-examination, I'm so done. I'm so done with her excuses that are they're just constant. And she's predictable at this point. That's the thing is her predictability in her behavior on cross-examination that just makes it feel like, yeah, come on.
It's following this. So if you have the record, I can answer off of that. But besides that, just reading them to me does not jog my memory. I'm sorry.
That's okay. You wouldn't quarrel with the idea. I don't want to hold you to a number. You wouldn't quarrel with the idea that you had multiple calls with Trooper Proctor in January, in February, in March, correct?
Well, the ones I've just saw on the record, yes, there were multiple calls there.
And of course, you met him in your home on January 29th.
Yes, I did.
And he came into your living room. You had a conversation with him.
In my dining room, yes.
I'm sorry, your dining room.
Mm-hmm.
And also, Kerry Roberts was there.
Kerry Roberts was not there.
On the 29th?
Kerry Roberts was not at my house on the 29th, no.
When was she at your house when she was interviewed?
I believe that was the Tuesday, whatever the date was.
Maybe first? That sound right? First or second?
Yeah, something. It was the Tuesday following.
Okay. And was that with Trooper Proctor or a different trooper?
A different trooper.
And with Trooper Proctor on the 29th, when he was interviewing you in your dining room, that was the day that Brian Albert was also there.
Correct.
And was Brian Albert also interviewed on that day?
I believe so.
So Trooper Proctor was in your house for, gosh, it had to have been an hour.
I'm not sure. After I interviewed, I went upstairs and then my children started waking up and I was tied upstairs for a while. I'm not sure when or how long he was there.
But your memory is clear that not only did you meet Trooper Proctor on that day, you had a full conversation with him. It was in your house. That was in your kitchen, in your dining room. And another witness was interviewed by Trooper Proctor in your home as well.
Correct.
And then you had multiple conversations with him in January on that day, the day after, and the day after that. You've already seen those records, correct?
Yes, correct.
Then in either September or October, you were interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. That's the report that you've already seen.
Correct.
And in that interview, you were asked specifically whether or not you had a relationship with Trooper Proctor and when that relationship started, correct?
Correct.
And you said, quote, you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023, correct?
I did not say that.
So yet again, this is another example of a trooper completely getting it wrong. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
In your view, did Lieutenant Tully get your statement wrong that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023?
Objection.
Is that true or is that wrong?
Lieutenant Tully knew I met Proctor prior to that because Proctor was the one who did the initial interview on January 29th.
Does it make you wonder why he wrote in his statement, quote, "You've
Objection, Your
never
Honor.
met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023.
So the objection sustained.
It doesn't matter that it's sustained. It doesn't matter. Everybody can see this. Like, right? Right? We can all see this. I am very curious about what the jury looks like at this point. You know, are they giving any sort of facial expressions? I'm always very curious about it. You know, generally they're not supposed to make expressions and things like that, but sometimes you can't help it, right? Again, the guy that got the report down, he got it wrong. It's always somebody else. It's always somebody else.
If you indicated that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023, that would be a false statement, correct?
Objection.
You can answer that, Ms. McCabe.
I met Proctor January 29th. It's
That would have been a false
everywhere.
statement. If you said it, would it have been false? That's all I'm asking.
Yes.
Okay.
Really quick, Robinson, thanks so much for the super chat. I'm confused. I think there are a number of people who are confused at this point in time.
On January 29th, in the early morning hours, I want to take you all the way back to 1:30, 1:45 a.m. when you left 34 Fairview on the 29th. After you dropped off the girls, where did you and Matt McCabe go?
We came home.
After you got home, you indicated that you went upstairs, correct?
Correct.
After you went upstairs, you indicated that you got on the phone.
Correct.
On your cell phone, correct? After you got on your cell phone, you indicated that you started searching for stuff.
Correct.
So if there's
Uh-oh.
GPS, that you've seen the forensic extraction or part of it, correct?
Which one are you referring
Your
to?
phone. The forensic extraction of your phone.
I saw what you showed me yesterday from Celebrate.
That's what I mean.
I think we're about to get into the Google search.
Okay.
From
I'm-
Celebrate, part of it.
I saw, yeah, the phone calls. Yes.
Okay. You're aware that that extraction shows that you got home after 2 a.m. or so. So that would be generally correct.
Correct.
The Celebrite extraction shows from your Apple Health data that you actually went up a set of stairs. That would be accurate, correct?
Accurate.
The Celebrite data shows that you actually logged into your phone, did a login, either Face ID or a passcode, opened up the phone. That would be accurate.
Correct.
He is setting this up step by step so that she says, this is accurate, data point, data point, data point, data point, data point. Yes, correct. So that then he gets to the Google search and she's going to say, not correct. That's the one data point that I don't agree with. That's what he's going to.
The Celebrite data shows that you were engaging with an app called Safari to engage some Google searches, correct?
Yes.
That would be generally accurate as well, correct?
Yes.
So after you opened up Safari, you indicated that you Google searched something about Ozone basketball. Is that right?
Yes.
That was sometime after 2 a.m., right?
Yes.
What was so important about Ozone basketball at 2 a.m. that it couldn't wait until the morning? Why did you search it then?
Well, first I was home, I was wide awake, and I had been texting about a basketball chat, and basketball was clearly on my mind. My daughter had been invited to join a team. I didn't know much about the team, so I just was like Googling to see, because the woman who had given my daughter the offer had wanted an answer.
So you say that...
You know, I will say this. You know, I'm going to throw her a bone when I feel like it's worth throwing her a bone. Hey, I've searched random things at 2 a.m. because my brain in that moment is like, hey, I have a question, and I'm not going to let you sleep until you get the answer to that question. So that is, that is something that my brain has done. I can understand that. If she's like, hey, there was this thing that now that I'm resting and I'm not at the party, I'm not socializing, there was this question that I needed to answer, for my daughter or whatever she just said. And then you're like, okay, let's get the answer. Then I'll be able to fall asleep. I get it. That I do understand.
The basketball was on your mind, correct?
Yes.
Was there anything else on your mind in the early morning hour time frame?
Was there anything else?
Don't believe so.
Ms. McCabe, if you wanted to know in general how long it takes for a human being to pass away because of exposure to extreme temperatures, right? If you wanted to know the answer to that, what would you Google search? What phrase would you use?
I don't know.
I'm not sure. All I recall is what the defendant asked me to Google in the morning.
If you wanted to know, I'm asking a different question.
Mm-hmm.
If you personally wanted to know, how long does it take for a person to die of exposure due to extreme temperatures, what would you put in? What phrase would you use?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, we don't have to guess at the phrase that you would use if you wanted to know something about dying of hypothermia.
You did use.
Did you actually Google searched it?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask that differently, please.
Did you, in fact, use a phrase to Google search how long it takes for someone to die of extreme temperatures?
I did in the morning at the request of your client.
Okay. And what phrase did you use?
I'm not sure.
Really?
Correct. I was.
After 2.5 years of this, you don't know the phrase that you used?
Objection, Your Honor.
I think that the previous objection that was sustained was, I think it was asked and answered because he had basically just asked the same question twice. So either that or maybe argumentative, because at that point it can turn into an argumentative kind of strategy. I think that's why. Anyway, but this last one was argumentative.
There's so many lies and misconceptions on social media.
No question.
Oh, I apologize.
Okay.
Are you telling me you don't remember what Google search you put in?
Karen was screaming. My hands were shaking. And she was saying, Google hypothermia. How long does it take to die in the cold?
And what phrase did you put in your phone? I'm just asking you to say it.
Why don't you show me it?
You literally don't remember?
Again, she was screaming, Google hypothermia. How long does it take to die in the cold?
How about?
And I picked up my phone and I started Googling.
And you literally, to this day, right now, under oath, you're saying you don't remember that phrase that you used.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that at her...
Do you remember it or do you not, Ms. McCabe? That's a simple question.
That morning, I don't remember specifically what I Googled, but I do know what you've put out to the social media.
How about this? Hoss long to die in cold. That sound familiar?
Yeah, it's been everywhere.
Why does that sound so familiar?
Because you've put it out in social media.
Well, I haven't put anything out in social media because I don't personally have social media.
I'm sorry, Turtle Boy did.
So if the world happens to know it, that's not on me, is it?
I guess not.
I guess not. Hoss long to die in cold is what you put in to the Google search, right?
If you say so.
Is there?
So this is something also that lawyers love to do to one another. If we're in litigation and the two sides are going back and forth with motions and replies and all that kind of thing, you're quoting from the other side in your reply to their motion or objection or whatever. And so when somebody then has a typo in like what they put in, you're taking a direct quote from what they said, but you add in brackets SIC, sick. And basically that shows there's an error here. That error is not mine. Lawyers love doing that to one another. It's a little bit of a passive aggressive kind of thing, but we're like, ha, I caught you with an error in your work and I'm showing the judge. It's the kind of thing. It's a little bit petty, but we all love it. We all love it. Yes, exactly. Sick. You guys see, it's something that we love to put, to put into these motions and whatnot. So that right there was Alan Jackson pulling a sick on Jen McCabe because he knows what she meant to Google. He knows it was how long to die in the cold, but he put Haas long to die in the cold because he wants to tease her. He wants to show the urgency with which she Googled this, or urgency or sloppiness, maybe from drinking or something. And so that was basically, yeah, that's what that was. It was a little bit of a dig, for sure. So, all right, let's continue.
Is there a reason that you don't want to admit to that?
Absolutely not.
It's a simple question, right?
No reason.
So say it. What Google search did you use?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were seeking at some point to Google how long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
And you made a mistake and mistakenly typed Hoslong to die in cold, correct?
You could show me it. I'd appreciate it.
She remembers. You absolutely remember. Do
You
not.
later Google searched. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Is it that, Mr. Jackson?
Okay.
Thank you.
While she looks at that, Mr. Jackson, can we bring our clerk back upstairs?
Of course, yes. I think we're, that should be said.
Thank you very much. Can you text Jimmy and tell him?
Take a look at that report and tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
All right, we're gonna fast forward. Okay.
Yes, it does.
Does that appear to be an accurate page from a Celebrite extraction from your phone?
It does.
Okay. May I have that back? I'm sorry, may I approach?
Yes.
May I have that back for a second?
Yes.
Did you see the actual search phrase? Does
Yes.
that now refresh your recollection?
Yes.
But I'd like to have this marked as next in order. Exhibit, please.
Is there an objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Jim?
Yeah. May I?
Yes. Is that, Madam Court Reporter? I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Move to publish this, Your Honor.
Okay.
Really quick here, because this is pertinent right now. Draco Amy, why is the judge asking for an objection? Because anytime they are going to be publishing something or presenting something to a witness, first they always have to check with the other side to see if they have an objection. So that's normal, typical kind of stuff. Also, uncivil law. Thanks so much for the super chat. The stupid burns. We've got a lot going on here for sure.
Does this appear to be the document that was just marked as Exhibit 99?
Yes.
I know it's a little bit small, Mr. Jason. You see this column,
Yes.
third column from the, actually it's the fourth column from the left. One, some dates, some data, and then a Google search, correct?
Correct.
What does that Google search say?
House long to die in cold.
Now, you indicate that you did that, you made that search at 6:23 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And then you indicated that you did it again thereafter at 6:24, correct?
Correct.
At 6:24, you misspelled the phrase and you spelled it as follows: how long T-I die in C-I-K-D, correct?
Correct.
Now you claim that those two searches were at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. respectively, correct?
Objection.
Phrase it differently.
Sure. You've indicated under direct examination that these two searches were at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m., right?
I don't know if I gave exact times, but I said it was in the morning and Karen had asked me to do it.
And you claimed that you searched it because Karen was screaming at you and yelling at you, Googled hypothermia, and you Googled how long does it take for a person to die? I'm sorry, she said something like, how long does it take for a person to die of hypothermia? And you Google searched it at 6:23 and 6:24. Is that right?
Again, I'm not sure about the exact times. I just did it after Karen asked me to do it.
Would you quarrel with the idea that those were about 30 seconds apart?
Okay.
And you're aware, Ms. McCabe, that both misspellings of that phrase result in the exact same search results, don't they?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Well, you Googled them, ma'am. You're looking on your phone and you Googled how long to die in cold and how long to die in CIKD. Both of those. You Googled them, right?
I did, yes.
And they result in the exact same search results, don't they?
I have no idea.
So my question to you is,
I mean, yeah, anytime you Google something and you get a typo in a part of it, you end up, there's always like a bar at the very top or an indication at the very top of the page where it says, did you mean this thing, idiot? Almost like it's like Google's telling me like, you're a dum-dum and you misspelled this, but we know what you mean. And then they give you all the results. Like that's, I mean, anyone knows that that's what that is.
why the two searches?
She was standing next to me screaming, shaking my hand. My hand was cold. I was trying to Google it. Obviously, maybe whatever came up first didn't make sense because I had some misspellings, so I did it again.
So Hoslong to die in cold results in articles concerning dying of exposure, doesn't it?
We never got the chance to read it.
Well, you're the one, when you say we, who's we?
Karen and myself.
Well, you're the one holding the phone, Ms. McCabe.
Correct.
So you're looking down at your phone and you see exactly what comes up, correct?
I don't remember exactly what came up.
Well, what came up was something about dying of hypothermia, didn't it?
That's what she asked.
So why do it again? Why do it again, Ms. McCabe? You had the result. Why the second search?
I cannot answer that beyond telling you that my hands were frozen. She was shaking me and screaming at me.
And you see the time. Let me scroll up, please.
Yeah, he needs to clarify that because it definitely said 6:23 a.m. Oh.
You see this first
yeah.
search that says Hoslong to die in cold?
I do.
What's that time?
2:27 a.m.
You've got the, it's right over at 2:27
AM or PM?
a.m.
Ms. McCabe,
Uh-oh.
you made that search at 2:27 a.m. because you knew that John O'Keefe was outside in your sister's lawn dying in the cold, didn't you?
Absolutely not. I did not make that search at that time. No.
Realized the next morning, after John was discovered, after 6 a.m., that you had an incriminating search on your phone, didn't you?
Absolutely not.
Don't be suspicious. 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 Don't be suspicious.
John Ralphio?
Yeah. And this is the thing. This is the thing also is I said this earlier in the stream is that when you have an excuse for absolutely everything, this cop got it wrong. That cop got it wrong. Life 360 is super reliable for parents to be able to keep track of their kids, except for this one time it's wrong because it's incriminating, or not incriminating, but it's impeaching my daughter's statement, like saying like data wrong, person wrong. I'm right. Everybody else is wrong. Google is now wrong. that's the problem, is that now she is at a point where we're like, yo, Little Red Riding Hood, we don't believe you anymore. Like there's a reason why that's a fairy tale that gets repeated so many times, is because you can lie so many times about something and people are not going to eventually believe you. Well, lie or use a particular excuse that sounds like a lie or eventually starts to sound like a lie, and people stop believing you. And so this is when it really, really matters. This is an inconsistency. She's been fighting on every single inconsistency, tooth and nail, having an excuse for every single one. And now there's one that really matters to the prosecution. It would be helpful if the jury would side with her on her argument as to why this bit of impeachment information is wrong. And that is just, she's shot herself in the foot by overusing this and over arguing and over combating on every single little thing. And I think that Alan Jackson knew that she was going to be like this. And he drew this out purposefully because he's a great attorney. But at the end of the day, this is her performance on the witness stand.
To cover your tracks, you searched it again in order to overwrite the original.
Yeah, sorry, I said Little Red Riding Hood. I meant The Boy Who Cried Wolf. You know what I mean. Wolves and all that kind of thing.
Search at 227, correct?
Again, absolutely not.
But you were nervous and you screwed it up. So the first search you made at 623 was Hoslong to die in CIKD, wasn't it?
No.
When you see the search right there, correct?
I see the search, but I disagree with your narrative.
And what's the time frame of that search?
6:23.
And you agree that that time frame is accurate, right?
Again, it's what the report says.
And that comports with your memory of that morning, about 6:23 in the morning in 51 seconds.
Correct.
There's a second search, correct?
Correct.
And this one at 6:24 says Hoslong to die in cold. 6:24:16, correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry, 18. I was up that grade. And that comports with your memory as well.
I remember Googling it at the request of the defendant. Yes.
About 27 seconds apart, correct?
Yes.
But the reality is your first search didn't comport with the 2:27 a.m. search, did it? It was a different spelling, wasn't it?
I never searched a 227. That is not reality.
But the 6:24 search did exactly mirror the search that, according to this report, took place at 2:27, correct?
I'm sure Celebrite will be able to explain it to you. I can't.
And then of those three searches, one of them ended up deleted. Isn't that right?
I never deleted any search.
Uh-oh. Was the one that got deleted the 227 one? Is that what he's gonna enlighten us with? Because that would be just absolutely chef's kiss for the defense.
Take a look at the Celebrite report. Top search.
No, I can
All
tell
marks
by
deleted.
his tone. You could just tell by how he has this silence, and then he lowers his voice and he goes, "Take a look at the Celebrate report." It was a butt delete. Yes, I'm seeing it in the chat. That's right, Mark Smith. It was a butt delete. Oh my God.
What do you see?
I see a yes.
Oh my God. No. Did someone clap? Did someone in the room clap?
Ms. McCabe, the reason you deleted that 2:27 a.m. call is because you realized that if you were caught Googling how long it takes for a person to die in the cold 3.5 hours before John's body was found, that would incriminate you, wouldn't it?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Did you delete that search because you knew that you would be implicated in John O'Keefe's death if that search was found on your phone?
Objection.
Could you answer that, please?
I did not delete that search. I never made that search at
Oh my
2:23.
God.
I never would have left John O'Keefe out in the cold to die because he was my friend that I loved.
But he's not.
He's not your friend. He's that guy. Let's be real. He's the guy. He's the guy. The Rubber Duck 77, his mic drop moment. That was a mic drop moment. That was like, this is an insane cross-examination. He is absolutely, like, he just revved up and just completely took off. He's reaching the moon. Wow. So she didn't delete this search. She didn't delete the phone calls. She didn't delete other text messages. My goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I just absolutely nothing. Nothing, right? She's not accountable for anything. None of her inconsistencies are her fault. She has always maintained perfect consistency, even when, she hasn't, the record shows that when she testified previously, she didn't give these statements of, I hit him. It's because, oh, well, I wasn't asked that specific question. Are you sure about that? I mean, come on. It's ridiculous.
The family, is it?
Family and friends.
Is it not
Objection.
Sustained.
You acknowledge that you made the search at 6:23, don't you?
In the morning I did, yes.
You acknowledge that you made the search at 6:24.
Multiple times in the morning, yes.
Of the 3 searches that show up that were all found on your phone, the one that you disavow is the one that took place at 2:27 a.m., which would implicate you and exonerate my client, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
I mean, it doesn't matter. The jury hears the question, and that's the thought that needs to be planted in the jury's head. There is for them to think about and for them to chew on, right? He does this a lot, and the prosecution hates it. The judge doesn't like it either. But the point is that he's not talking to her, the witness. He's talking to the jury. That's what's really happening. And this is just such a beautiful cross-examination.
Can I ask it differently, Mr. Jackson?
Of those 3 searches, there was only one marked deleted. Isn't that right?
Correct.
Wow.
That was the one at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I wouldn't even know how to go in and delete a
That's
search.
not what I asked you. The one according to the Celebrate report that was deleted, the one at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Maybe you didn't delete it, but maybe your husband who works in IT knows how to delete it. Maybe he knows how to delete a Google search. This is also where it's really dumb that the prosecution kept asking everybody what their professions were, because then it was natural that he also brought up, the prosecution introduced that information to the jury, that Matt McCabe works in IT. So, like, I don't know, someone is bound to make that connection, you would think, right? That her husband works in IT and probably knows how to do these things. I don't know, or at least knows someone who knows.
You would agree that that's awfully convenient for you, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Lally?
Woo!
Thank you.
All right. That was a beautiful cross-examination. That was a beautiful cross-examination. You have to, like, regardless of how you feel about this case, that was just beautiful. It really was. Amazing, like standing ovation for Alan Jackson. That was one of the best cross-examinations I think I've ever seen. And he's had some good ones in this trial too. And I've seen some pretty damn good ones as well. So that was great. The fact that it's like, Data's great. Data's great. Data's great. Data's great. Not that data point. I don't like that one. That's not great. That doesn't real. That's not that doesn't exist. That's not real. With the Life 360. And then here with the Google search, data point, data point, data point. Yeah, that's real. That's real. That's real. Completely accurate. Yes, of course. Yes, of course. And then no, not that one, because that one's also bad for me. So no, I don't want that one to be real. So no, that's not real. I am declaring it so, and therefore that's the reality here. That's just, it's terrible. I don't know if, does she realize? She probably doesn't realize how that looks to an objective person that is just trying to get to the truth with a capital T here. Sheena Ford, thank you so much for gifting 1 Legalbytes membership. So kind and generous of you. Getting on that, the membership gifting train. I'm so excited. I can't talk. Michael Peterson, you have been gifted a membership by Sheena Ford. So welcome back to Bite Club. And Sheena, once again, thank you so much. All right, let's continue. Let's get to the redirect. My internet
Good
got
morning.
unstable.
Good morning.
Going back a little bit, you were asked some questions about Life 360 application that you had on your phone. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're familiar with that app and familiar with sort of using that app to see where your children are at various times. Is that correct?
Yes.
And from your experience of using that app, how accurate is it as far as location or time or anything in regard to it?
Pretty accurate, varying some of their locations and sometimes weather.
Have you ever had instances in which you were told someone was somewhere and they were not there?
Yes.
You were asked some questions about Ryan Nagel's truck, correct?
Yes.
And do you know, or did you on January 29th, 2022, did you know Ryan Nagel?
I did not.
Did you know what kind of vehicle he drove?
I did not.
Keep your voice up, Mr. Lally, please.
Do you know whether or not that was actually somebody else's truck?
I do not know.
Know whether or not on January 29th, 2022, Ryan Nagel had a friend named Ricky?
I do now.
But on the 29th, did you?
No.
On the 29th, did you have any idea what kind of vehicle he drove?
No.
This person you didn't know.
Right. Correct.
Now, when you looked outside as far as the truck was concerned, did you even see a truck?
I just saw lights, vehicle. I didn't focus much attention to what was over there.
So fair to say you weren't paying attention to a truck you didn't see, a person you didn't know, that you had never seen before, correct?
Sustained as to that form.
Now, you were asked some questions about text between Ryan Nagel and Julie Nagel, correct?
Yes.
And as far as when those texts were sent, you don't know, do you?
Can you clarify?
Sure. Do you know whether or not Ryan Nagel texted his sister Julie before he had even pulled onto Fairview Road?
They were texting about his arrival.
Texting about his arrival, but do you know where Ryan Nagel was when he was texting Julie about his arrival?
I believe he was outside.
But you don't know. Is that fair to say?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know
Meeting.
whether or not Ryan Nagel was on Cedar Crest or somewhere else when he texted Julie that he was about to arrive or that he was there?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Do you know that?
I don't know that, no.
As far as the defendant's motor vehicle and the truck that Mr. Nagel was in, did you see either of those vehicles arrive in front of Fairview?
Yes.
You saw them pull up?
No, actually, are you asking if I saw them pulling up or if I saw when they arrived? I did not see them pulling up.
So at some point after they arrived, your attention was drawn outside.
Yes.
And when we're talking about you going to the door and looking outside, how long a period are you looking at?
Not long.
So would you describe it as either a glance or more of a, were you staring intently at the vehicle out in front of the house?
Objection.
Sustained.
How would you describe the manner in which you were looking out at the SUV in front of the house?
I would go to the front door. I look out. I saw the vehicle. I believe I sent a text and I went and sat back down.
Now, in any of those times that you went to the door, and do you know how many times you went to the door?
I don't know exactly.
At least twice, is that correct?
At least, yes.
Now, in those at least twice that you, well, at least twice that you saw the vehicle and once that you saw that the vehicle was gone, correct?
Yeah, so I guess actually it was more than twice because I saw the vehicle move as well.
And when you say as far as you saw the vehicle move, did you see the vehicle physically move, or it was in one place and then you came back later and it was in a different place?
It was in one place, and then when I came back, it was further up.
Now, at any of those points in time that you took a glance out the storm door, did you see anybody outside of the vehicle?
No,
Did you see inside of the vehicle?
no,
Did you see anybody outside other than Julie Nagel on the front lawn, front walkway, or anything else?
no,
At any point in time while you were at 34 Fairview that night, did you see John O'Keefe?
no,
At any point in time when you texted John O'Keefe after you arrived at Fairview, did John O'Keefe respond?
no,
At any point in time after you arrived at Fairview, or after you hung up from the 12:18 a.m. call in which you were describing where 34 Fairview was in reference to Bella's house, did you ever hear from John O'Keefe ever again?
no.
And during that about 20-minute or so period of time when Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant's SUV is in front of the house, you never heard anything from John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And did that strike you as unusual as far as him not responding?
I thought it was strange, but then I thought that they just might have decided to go home or had gotten into a fight or Kaylee wanted him home.
Really quick here. Sorry, 1 second here. Patrick Barrett, thanks so much for the super chat. If the car didn't hit, you must have quit. That's a good one. that's also a good one.
Now, you're looking out through the storm door and you see the Lexus with its lights on, right?
Correct.
And from that area, the secondary area, up by the flagpole and the fire hydrant, that's the same area where you found John O'Keefe the next morning, correct?
Correct.
And with reference to that area, is there any lights as far as street lights or anything that you're aware of in that area?
No, it's a dark area in the corner of the lot.
Now, at any point in time, were you looking or were you expecting to see John's body on the lawn?
Absolutely not.
And fair to say that when you're looking in the dark, in the snow, from the storm door out towards the vehicle, not the same conditions as if you're standing in a courtroom or sitting in a courtroom today about 10 feet away from somebody during the daytime with lights on, correct?
Correct.
In fact, when you go back to Fairview the next morning, and again, who was the person who requested or directed to go to Fairview?
Karen.
And so when you go to Fairview along with the defendant and Ms. Roberts at the defendant's direction, sometime around 6 a.m., when was it that you first saw Mr. O'Keefe?
I wasn't the one to first see him. Karen was.
So she's banging on the door, asking it to be let out. She goes directly over to the body, correct?
Correct.
And neither you nor Ms. Roberts, well, you didn't see Mr. O'Keefe on the lawn until after she did that, correct?
Correct.
And that was after you had already sort of driven a little bit past where he was, correct?
Correct.
Really, really quick here. Josh, I thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you, Legalbytes, for the great covering of this trial. And to the mods, thanks for everything you do to keep the chat a great place to be. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Very kind of you. And also, yes, big props always to the mods. They do so much to try to maintain healthy dialogue in the chat. And I absolutely love all of their efforts. They are such a wonderful group of people to have with us and to help us out. Joshua Frost, thanks also for the super chat. Defense is doing well when we are nearing the end of prosecution's case, and it feels like prosecution's witnesses are the ones on trial and still no clear explanation of prosecution's narrative. They are, yes. I can't disagree with that statement. No lies detected.
Now, with reference to you get home from Fairview around 2 a.m. or somewhere in that time frame, you go up to bed and you do some searches on your phone, correct?
Correct.
And so there's a Safari tab or application on your phone. That's where you access Google.
Yes.
Is that typically where you would access Google?
Yes.
And you were looking at Ozone basketball. You're also looking at Hockamock. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
What, if anything else, were you looking at beyond the Ozone basketball you talked about?
All right, we got a what if any in there.
We had an exciting game earlier in the night against a local town that has a very good basketball program. So I went on Hockamock Sports to look at the recap, and typically I'll do that to see how other teams did, etc.
And around that same time, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, within when you did that, as far as looking things up on Google, were you opening up new tabs within Safari as you were looking at different websites or different topics?
No.
And when you went to bed or you went to sleep that evening, at some point you turned off your phone, right?
Correct.
And did you X out that box, that Safari tab that you were doing those searches with regard to Ozone and Hockamock?
No, I used to always leave my tabs open and my kids would yell at me.
As far
I
as
mean, I
having
can relate.
multiple tabs open, is that correct?
Drains my battery, etc. Yes.
So then flash forward to sometime after 6 a.m., you're on the side of the road and the defendant asks you to conduct or look up something with regard to hypothermia or how long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
So when you open that up and you go into Google, did you open up a new tab or did you just sort of go into what you had already open in the Safari tab?
I went to what I already had opened.
And that's where you perform the search, is that right?
Excuse me?
That's where you perform the search that you were just being asked about?
Yes.
And you never made any search like that at 2:27 in the morning, correct?
I did not know.
No, of course not.
Now,
We believe you.
again, you've been shown what's been called a Cellbrite extraction report, correct?
Yes.
Are you familiar with how many Cellbrite extraction reports were conducted in reference to your phone?
I think a couple. I'm actually not sure.
And prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever seen a Cellbrite extraction report?
No.
As you sit here today, do you even really know what that is?
Not really, no.
Do you know what a wall file is?
No.
Do you know what an SQLite database is?
No.
Do you know what a knowledge profile C database is?
No.
Do you know how information is stored and kept within your cell phone?
No.
Now, as far as, let me ask you this, you had 4 children and you were a mom, a homemaker, correct?
Correct.
At some point you did work though, right?
Yes.
What did you do for work?
I was an elementary school teacher.
What grade did you teach?
5th.
One question and we'll see where this goes.
What grade did you teach?
5th.
And how long did you teach 5th grade?
Objection.
Yeah. I'm going to see counsel at sidebar. Folks, feel free to stand up.
Getting into her being a teacher. Why? What's the purpose? Fast forwarding. Because Lally is obsessed with finding out what everybody does for their profession for some reason.
If I could take you back to 4:53 in the morning is when you get that first call from Kaylee Furbush, is that correct?
Correct.
You answer that call and then the defendant is put on the line, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. Prosecutor, sir, you just used the minor's first and last name. Come on. Like on your own witness list, she is designated by her initials, and there are reasons for that. You actually filed a motion to not allow cameras in the courtroom while she or her brother testify, assuming that they actually do end up testifying at some point in this trial. And yet you just went and used her first and last name to just come on. Oh, that's so frustrating. Thanks so much for the super chat. Where are you at on buying the conspiracy angle? I think it's a tall ask. Lies a killer does not make, but having no explanation for the deleted spam calls to the victim around TOD is too much for me. It definitely is. It's a huge accusation. It is a huge accusation, and it needs a lot of evidence in order to convince me about that actually being true and being correct. The Google search is very suspicious. The deleted phone calls, all of that kind of stuff is very sus. However, I still need to understand like what exactly they're saying happened here and how they can show it, because there's still a very big gap of information in terms of like what the defense is claiming has actually happened to Lally. They're saying something happened in the house. It had something to do with maybe Colin, maybe Brian Higgins, maybe Brian Albert. And somehow Jen McCabe knows all of this stuff that's going on, and she's like the puppet master who's trying to like damage control or something like that. I don't know, but like I need a lot more from the defense before I'm going to be willing to say yes, she was actually framed by these people. Yes, whatever happened, like someone else killed him and he died inside 34 Fairview Road. I'm not there yet. But all of these people are being stupidly suspicious, and if the explanation actually, or the truth actually is that he died some other way and they had nothing to do with it, and they're actually being blamed for it, they're not acting in ways that would help them. They're just not. They're all being really sus. So that's about that. Also, we've got just under 1,000 folks in the chat. I love to see it. If you guys have not done so already, I would love it if you could like the video. It does really, really help to push this out to more people so folks can join us for this crazy, wild ride that is the Boston Tea Party trial.
And so what is the first sort of iteration of the story that the defendant tells you happened the night before?
That they got into a fight. She left him at the waterfall and he never came home.
And at some point later, you confront her with that you saw the vehicle out front of the house, correct?
Correct.
And so then what is the defendant's story changed at that point?
That they went there, and it changed multiple times. I'm not sure exactly. She said, at one point, oh my God, I don't even remember going there. She was telling other people that he was dead, that a plow hit him. The story changed multiple times that morning.
Now, on cross-examination, you were played a voicemail. Do you know whose phone that voicemail was from?
They never said no.
Fair to say that you're on 911 in the background of that phone call, correct?
Correct.
So it wasn't your phone.
Correct.
And there's two other people beyond that, as far as Ms. Roberts and the defendant there, correct?
Correct.
Was Kerry on the phone at all that you saw?
No.
Okay. And so with reference to the timing of that phone, you had called 911 and you were on the phone with 911 at the time that recording starts, right?
Correct.
So you had gotten out of the car, you had gone around and then seen where the defendant had run over to Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
As to the form, it's sustained.
What had you done before you placed that 911 call?
I got out of the car. I ran behind the car over to the body. I was in a state of shock for a couple of seconds. Kerry and I looked at each other and I said, I'm going to call 911.
And there was a period of time when you made the call before it connected, and you said you got bounced around to different agencies, correct?
Yes.
And this is after the defendant has hit the door and run from the vehicle over to Mr. O'Keefe's body, right?
Yes.
So it's not your phone and it's not Ms. Roberts' phone. Fair inference is the defendant's phone, correct?
Correct.
And so this phone call had been made or started recording at some point before you had even gotten out of the car, made your way over to Mr. O'Keefe, been in a state of shock for a few seconds, called 911, connected to 911. So at some point, it had to have been made in the car, correct?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Do you know when that voicemail or that recording that you heard, do you know when that call was placed?
I don't.
Now, at the time that you are making the 911 call, where is the defendant in relation to the vehicle?
She is over with Mr. O'Keefe.
You mentioned that the part beyond the 911 call where you heard yourself talking, you're at the rear of Ms. Roberts' vehicle?
Yes.
And why are you at the rear of Ms. Roberts' vehicle?
In the beginning, I'm at the rear gathering towels or blankets. And then a few times I go to the rear because I'm trying to speak with the 911 and Karen is screaming hysterically. And then Kerry starts screaming at her to calm down. It was quite chaotic. So I was moving away so that I could be clear with the operators.
Now, at some point you went into your sister's house at 34 Fairview, right?
Yes.
And why did you go?
Officer Lank asked me to go in and wake them up.
So you were asked to go in there by the police to wake them up, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
And at some point you indicated that you had called Officer Lank to come back to the house, right?
Yes.
And how did you get his number again?
Julie Albert.
And as far as, are you aware whether or not Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, or any of the other people that were present had Officer Lank's number?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why did you ask Julie Albert and not Brian Albert or Nicole Albert?
Because I knew she was the only one that had his number.
You were asked some questions about when you were on scene, and you indicated in your testimony on direct that you heard the defendant say, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him," correct?
Yes.
You also, early in your testimony, had indicated that earlier in the morning, the defendant had phrased that differently as far as, could I have hit him or did I, correct?
Objection.
Sustained as to the form.
You heard the defendant make a variety of statements over the course of the morning, correct?
Yes.
And more to my point, as far as you recall testifying at another hearing under oath in June of 2023, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall being asked some questions specifically about this topic?
Objection.
Allowed. Okay.
All right. We're going to fast forward a little bit here. It's a long sidebar. I wonder if we're about to see a recess. Goddamn, we are behind.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. McCabe, as I was asking before, in June of 2023, you testified in another procedure, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked questions specifically about those statements that you heard the defendant say on the morning of January 20th, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall specifically what your testimony was in regard to that portion of your, in regard to those statements?
I don't recall specifics. I know what I know what happened.
Can I approach you?
Yes.
I'm giving you 2 pages. Direct your attention to the bottom of the first page and then into the next page. If you could just review that yourself and look up.
The page again, Mr. Lally?
You're on 816 and 817.
Thank you.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Mr. McCabe, is your memory refreshed as to what you said in that prior proceeding in regard to those statements?
Yes.
What did you say?
What did I say in that? I told them that Karen looked straight at me and said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And I said that there was, I believe, an EMT that overheard as well.
Now, do you recall in that same prior proceeding being asked any questions sort of at different times, the defendant saying different iterations of that same statement?
Objection.
Sustained as to form. No leading, Mr. Lally.
With respect to that that's testimony in that same prior proceeding, what, if anything else, were you asked about statements the defendant made to you that morning?
I was asked what were some of the statements that Miss Reed had made, and it was like, repeat, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? I have a cracked taillight. And then I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
And so with respect to questions and as far as did I hit him or could I have hit him, and the statement I hit him, those were at different times, correct?
Correct.
Now, you met with Trooper Proctor on January 29th, is that correct?
Correct.
Was that the first time that you had met him?
Correct.
And who, if anyone, was with him when you met?
I believe it was Trooper Yuri.
And subsequent to that day, did you meet with other troopers in the state?
Yes.
And by other troopers, I mean not Trooper Proctor and not Trooper Yuri.
Yes.
And with respect to meeting with other troopers, was it at that point that they had talked to you about taking your phone?
Correct.
And they asked you for your phone, is that correct?
I had shared my Life 360 and my Life 360 and my texts, and they asked if they could take a copy of my phone.
And did you agree to that?
I agreed to it, yes.
And were you presented a form at all in regard to your agreeing to hand over your phone?
Yes.
And beyond what you had testified to earlier, as far as things to do, were there any limitations that you put on what they could look at or take from your phone?
No limitations.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a document. Again, just ask you to look at it. Look up. Just in general, ma'am, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
This was the consent form for my phone.
So that's the form you filled out with the troopers in regards to giving over your phone.
Correct.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll multi-seek to submit as the next exhibit.
Is there an objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection.
Okay, thank you.
Exhibit 100.
Thank you.
Now, again, Ms. McCabe, initially following that the events of initially that morning around 6 a.m. or so, at some point you were seeking or you had actually asked the defendant for Kerry Roberts' phone number, correct?
Yes.
And why is it that you were looking for Kerry's number specifically?
Well, the driving conditions were terrible. She was driving to Braintree to pick up Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe. And then they were heading to the hospital, and I was just looking to see how John was doing.
Now, you had mentioned at some point, did you speak to Ms. Roberts that morning in regard to updates as far as how John was doing?
Yes,
And you mentioned that later on, either that day or the next day, that you had gone over to Mr. O'Keefe's house with Ms. Roberts, correct?
yes.
And who was driving at the time that you went over to the O'Keefe's house with Ms. Roberts?
Kerry was driving.
And so when you left the O'Keefe's house, where was it that you went?
Kerry went to drop her daughter off at her friend's house, the daughter of Mike Lank.
And you were just in the front passenger seat of that vehicle, correct?
Yes,
You had mentioned as far as getting together with Ms. Roberts at the request of someone to talk about a timeline, correct?
yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how that came about or who was making that request?
Kerry called me and she told me that she had talked to Peggy, and Peggy had,
Hearsay.
I'm going to allow it.
and Peggy had suggested to Kerry, you guys should write a timeline. You don't want to forget anything, when the time comes, meaning when the trial comes, you don't want to forget anything that happened.
And just to be clear, when you say Peggy, who are you referring to?
Mrs. O'Keefe,
John's mother?
John's mother, correct?
Now, you were asked some questions about subsequent date as far as hearing bits and pieces or portions of Ms. Roberts' statement to troopers at your home, correct?
Correct.
Do you know whether or not that was the first time that Ms. Roberts had talked to troopers or officers or anyone from either the Canton Police or the State Police?
I believe on the 29th in the afternoon, troopers went to her house. So that would have been the first time.
So the time that she was at your home and speaking to troopers, that would have been at least the second time that she had spoken to troopers, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, with reference to Ms. Roberts and her phone, was Ms. Roberts, the time that you handed your phone over to the troopers, was Ms. Roberts present there as well?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you see Ms. Roberts do with respect to her phone and the troopers?
She turned her phone over as well and signed the consent.
Now, during that time, you had indicated that you had heard a statement that you said was horrified you in some way. Is that correct?
From Miss Roberts?
Yes.
Correct.
And what was that? What was she talking about?
Objection.
The door has been opened, Mr. Jackson. That means you can answer. Okay.
So basically, Kerry is a talker, and once she started,
I think just focus on
Okay.
what she said.
okay, she said something like, John really loved Amy, and in my eyes, Karen was just a babysitter with benefits.
Ooh.
And is that what made it memorable to you as far as what had transpired at that time?
Yes.
At any point in time, did you ever coordinate your statement or Ms. Roberts' statements with her prior to testifying at any hearing or any proceeding at any point in time?
No.
So I don't know why Lally would want to elicit that statement, because that doesn't make them look good. That makes all of these people that are associated in the circle look very catty, very rude, and like they just don't like her. That is all the more reason for them to be mean girls against Karen Reed and to put her on the outside and I don't know, maybe make her look like she's done something that she hasn't. I don't know what the point is in involuntarily introducing that statement.
Let me ask you, when you came to the area of 34 Fairview Road around 6 a.m. And you saw Mr. O'Keefe, was he in the same clothes that you had seen him in earlier?
He had jeans and I believe the same shirt on, yes.
And nothing additional as far as a jacket or anything like that that you saw?
Not that I recall.
Now, again, as you were driving down Fairview Road, if the defendant did not bang on the door and essentially jump out of the car and make a beeline over to Mr. O'Keefe, would you have stopped the car?
No.
Recall when you were leaving 34 Fairview Road earlier, as far as sometime between 1:30 and 1:45 when Mr. McCabe is driving. Do you recall whether or not the roads were plowed or treated or anything that you saw at that time?
I know there was snow on them, but I can't recall specifics.
Now, as far as the defendant coming over your house shortly after 5 a.m., was that something that you were expecting at the time?
No.
And what was it prior to the defendant showing up and sort of screaming in front of your house? What was your sort of plan as far as based on the information that Ms. Reed had called?
My husband and I were going to go out and we were going to drive over to Tom Beatty's house to see if John was there.
Now, as far as the 911 call that you were making, that information that you were providing, what was that based on?
What I was seeing.
But as far as how Mr. O'Keefe had come to be there at 34 Fairview Road, when you're communicating any of that to the 911 operator or to officers on scene, was that from your observations when you were inside 34 Fairview after the waterfall or from some other source?
Well, it was from what Karen was saying as we were driving there.
So as far as him being dropped off or anything like that, that came from the defendant, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as you had been asked and you had testified about going over to Trooper Proctor's house to meet with his wife, correct?
Correct.
And you testified about certain incidents of harassment that you had undergone, as well as Mrs. Proctor, is that correct?
Correct.
How long had that been going on at that point?
At that point, it started in April, and now I believe I went over there in September.
And what, if anything, was the frequency of the harassment? Is it sporadic, or how often were you experiencing that?
Daily, sometimes hourly.
And in addition to what you've already testified, what, if any, other...
Also, I do not agree with the decision by the judge here that this has opened the door to all of this testimony about harassment. I really do not agree with that. But I disagree with judges from time to time, and this is one that I'm very much disagreeing with.
Incidents do you recall specifically involving either you or your children or your
home? People come by my house, they take video, they scream. They've gone to my child's sporting events and called me names. They've written letters to my daughter's colleges and said that they shouldn't allow them to play. And then they've attached these horrific articles that have been complete lies about all of us. They send me Facebook messages. They call my phone, home phone and cell phone, all hours of the night. They tell me to kill myself. They tell me I'm a terrible mother. They harass my children. My daughter testified here the other day. We didn't even get out of the building, and people were, saying horrendous things, that she's a liar. Your mother should die. It's just, it's unimaginable what my entire family is going through. I go to the beach, they take pictures, they post it, they threaten that there are eyes everywhere. I'll never be able to live a normal life again. I am a witness. That's all I am. I am not on trial. I am a witness. And these people are terrorizing me.
Stand as to that part. I'll strike that part. Everything else will stand. Okay.
Yeah, there's, but I will say, I folks watch, we're all watching this together. We're all watching on social media. Everybody engages in social media here. I will say this kind of crap I don't like. I have seen some of the photos, that are like over the weekend that they happen to go to a bar together, after the end of a day of trial or whatever, that they've gone out to dinner or something. People are taking photos of them. I don't love it. I don't like it. It's not great. To go beyond what is necessary for justice to happen, for the truth to come out in this trial. I understand that people are very passionate about this case on both sides. I don't like this spilling into people's everyday lives in this way. And I say this out of experience of becoming friends, after these kinds of trials with a witness in a particular, I'm not going to say who, but becoming friends and with a witness that was in another high profile trial from a while ago, and hearing from this person, I was harassed. I've basically lost my job as a result of being a witness and just testifying truthfully. And this was somebody who showed, I think, a lot of courage in testifying, and it sucks what this person went through. So I've, and has had to go through therapy and all kinds of things. So I definitely understand that, being involved in one of these high profile trials, being a witness, can be an absolutely terrible experience when you are not even the defendant. And I hate to see it. I hate to see it as much as I really, really dislike Jen McCabe because of her testimony and the way that she's presented herself in court to the jury. Like, if I saw her in person, and I saw people harassing her, I would be very much against that. I don't like it at all. So, to see that, I hate it. I'm putting that on the record. I do not like any of that. Let me get some super chats here really quick. Thanks so much for the super chat. Where are you at on buying the conspiracy angle? Oh, wait, no, I already got that one. Sorry. Pesky Pirouette, thanks so much for the super chat. Jen McCabe claims I hit him 3 times. Could have hit him 3 times. Jen, Kerry. All in threes. This pattern is odd. Look up Palilalia. It's documented in Criminal Minds Season 1, Episode 2, Sugar. Palilalia. Hang on. Okay. I'm going to write this down because I'm not familiar. Palilalia. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Honest Mike, thanks so much for the super chat. Even if Jen is telling the truth, it still does not prove murder. Amazed there is still no actual evidence that Karen killed John. All speculation. I mean, the one piece that was very, very important to the prosecution from Jen's testimony was the I hit him piece, because it sounds like an admission, and the jury could totally take that. The jury could totally take that as like game over. Sorry, you admitted to it, you did it. So, okay, all right, let's continue on here.
And so, your understanding that Mrs. Proctor had sustained similar issues as you had?
Correct.
Now, again, Trooper Michael Proctor never met him prior to January 29, 2022, correct?
I have never met him prior, no.
And the time that you went over to meet with Elizabeth Proctor, was Trooper Michael Proctor home at that time?
No, he was not home.
And had you ever been over to his house prior to that, or any time subsequent to that?
No, never.
Now, you did have some conversations with Trooper Proctor following this day and around let me ask you this. You testified a bit about a rolling route. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you describe to the jury sort of what that was, or what occurred on that day?
So that day in July, a group got together under one blogger, and they all met and they decided to go to different houses. So Michael Proctor had been made aware of what was happening. So he had reached out to tell me, what was going to be happening. And it was a Saturday. I had just come home from vacation with my children and my husband. Mrs. O'Keefe picked up my 2 younger children and brought them out with her so they wouldn't be home for this. And my 2 older children and my husband were in the house while about, 50 to 75 people came to my house. They screamed, they yelled, "There's a murderer." They just caused an absolute ruckus outside.
Really quick here. Sheena Ford, thanks so much for the gifted membership. Very kind and generous of you. So let's see. Sarah Tucker, you have been gifted a membership by Sheena Ford. Welcome, or welcome back to Bike Club. Very happy to have you. Thanks so much, Sheena.
And prior to that, did you have any conversations with Proctor or any other troopers from the state police about knowledge of that incident occurring prior to its occurrence?
Yes.
And as far as setting up sort of pole cameras around your house to memorialize whatever is going to happen?
Yes.
Now, you were asked some questions with regard to the Google search. Again, that was initiated after 6 a.m. Why again?
Because Miss Reed asked me to Google how long to die from hypothermia. She said, Google hypothermia, Google how long it takes to die in the cold. She was shaking me, screaming at me to do it.
It's interesting that every time that she refers to that reason for doing it, she always almost like repeats the same thing as if it's like something that's been like she's memorized it. That's what it sounds like. I think every single time she's like run that whole progression of like, this is what she said, Google it, Google hypothermia, Google how long it takes to die in the cold. And she's shaking my arm and I have MS and it was cold. And so it's just, it's interesting.
And she's shaking you as you're typing, is that correct?
Correct.
And it was cold and you have MS?
Correct.
Correct. I also have MS and I have issue.
Well, I'll allow that.
I have MS and I have, issues with my hands. So I a lot of times Google and make errors, but the cold also makes my hand go completely numb.
So, and when I point that out and I get animated about that, it's not to deride anyone with MS, not doing that at all. Never, never, never. The point is that the progression that she has is predictable. Bringing this up, bringing this up, bringing this up, bringing this up.
So I'm not surprised that that's how it would come out.
When you were in your bedroom sometime after 2 a.m., fair to say the defendant wasn't there shaking you when you were Google searching for ozone basketball or Hakamak?
Objection.
Sustained.
One moment, John.
Yes.
Okay.
Concerning,
Oops. Never mind. Sorry. Okay. Redirect or recross.
concerning statement, I hit him. He gave a statement on January 29th to Sergeant Light. Called him over to specifically give him a statement, correct?
Correct.
Gave a statement the next day, later that day, Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
You were also met with, on that following Tuesday, with a trooper named Prince, correct?
Correct.
And then you testified in April of 2022, no fewer than 12 times about statements that you attributed to Ms. Reed, correct?
Correct.
And in not one of those instances, not one, is there a report that says you said, she said, I hit him, correct?
Correct. Although I told Mike Lank.
Oh, we already know that the officers all got it wrong.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to that. Next question, please,
Argumentative.
Mr. Jackson.
So you indicate that you were, the harassment that you just described, this terrible harassment that you just described, started in about April 2023, correct?
Correct.
That was around the time that there were public hearings concerning this Google search. Is that right?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Is that right?
I'm not sure exactly when the Google search came out.
But you do know that you started suffering this harassment that you've claimed is awful and terrible, et cetera, around April of 2023. Is that right?
I didn't claim it's awful. It is awful.
Okay, I'm sure it is awful, Ms. McCabe. I'm sure it's terrible.
It
I'm
is.
sure it sucks to be harassed.
It really does.
Yeah, I'm sure it does.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, so that's sustained, and I'll strike it. Go ahead and ask a question, Mr. Jackson.
I think what he's getting at, you know what else sucks? Also being put on trial for murder when you didn't actually commit the murder. I think that's what his tone suggests.
You were upset by April of 2023 that there was public outrage about your family being involved in the death of John O'Keefe. That's what you were upset about, correct?
I was upset that we as witnesses were being harassed.
You were upset about public outrage concerning this case, correct?
Objection.
Sustained, that was answered. Next question.
And 2 months later, in June of 2023, for the first time, you testified at another proceeding, and lo and behold, you attributed the words, "I hit him," to my client, right?
Objection.
So ask that without the objectionable phrase.
2 months later, at another proceeding, in June of 2023, you attributed the statement, "I hit him," to my client for the first time under oath, correct?
Under oath, correct.
Interesting.
You indicated
Interesting. Okay. So what he's getting at here is, I mean, see, this is the other side of the coin of talking about the harassment so much is now this is the second instance where the defense has brought up, okay, so you say you were being harassed and therefore you decided to take matters into your own hands and to get revenge on the defendant because of what you were experiencing, because of public outrage, because of what came out about you on with this Google search thing. People were outraged, and she's like, well, no, that's not why they were, whatever. Like the answer was because they were just harassing me. Fine. Okay. That's what her answer is. But now this is the first time was we were being harassed. So I went over to Elizabeth Proctor's house, AKA Trooper Michael Proctor's house. And that looks a hell of a lot like from the defense. That looks like what she's actually doing is getting revenge on Karen Reed by colluding with Trooper Michael Proctor, giving information, getting information, something. That's what the defense is suggesting here. And then here there's this Google search that came out, public outrage. And then that's the first time that 2 months later, she has an opportunity to testify under oath at a hearing. And that's the first time that she brings in, I hit him. So now it's like, wow. I got to hand it to Alan Jackson. He has now brought in, like, even though the harassment, they didn't want it to come in, but now that it's in, he's like, all right, I'm going to Krav Maga this on you. I'm going to turn this back on you and show how you have improperly done some things to impact this trial and to impact, what ends up happening, in a court of law to someone who has not done something. Like this is basically what the defense is saying here. This is very, very interesting. This is a great masterclass in how to take something that is bad, really bad for your side, harassment, not great, and to turn it into a positive. It's very, very interesting.
When you turned your phone in, the police were perfectly okay with you deleting communications with your children, correct?
Correct.
Including Allie, who's a material witness in this trial.
Objection.
So part of that is objectionable, and I'll sustain that. So
You're aware that your daughter Allie was a witness in this case.
At the time, I was not aware of that, no.
No, but you did know that ultimately she was going to indicate that she drove Colin home, correct? You knew that at the time.
Objection.
that's sustained.
Did you know at the time that Allie had driven Colin home, or she said she drove him home?
I had no idea she drove him home.
But you deleted all those communications with Allie, didn't you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you delete all the communications that you had off your phone with Allie, your daughter?
Objection.
So this has already been answered, but go ahead, finish. Let's finish this loop. Did you delete them?
I deleted the conversations with my 4 daughters. At that time, Allie was not a witness.
All I asked you, you heard my question. Did you or did you not delete the communications with Allie?
Objection.
That's been answered.
You said that there was this statement that horrified you, your words, horrified you, that Kerry Roberts made during her interview that you were eavesdropping on, right?
I'm not sure if she made it during that interview. I'd have to look back to see when I said she told them everything in bold, because I know she had said it to me multiple times. So I'm not sure if it's when she said it in the interview or just in general. When she said, I told them everything, I told them, etc.
So when you said in that group chat, she's telling them everything, that might not even be what you're talking about.
No, it was.
And you said that horrified you, correct?
I didn't know Kerry Roberts. So yes, her statement horrified me.
Horrified you.
Yes.
See, there she is again saying, I didn't know Kerry Roberts. That doesn't help you. That does not help this overall situation. If you say, I didn't know Kerry Roberts, and yet you're spending all this time with her, you're somehow with her as she's dropping off her kid for a play date with Officer Michael Lank. Like, this is just like, stop snitching on yourself.
That was horrifying.
And in that group chat, your response to that
But there, I think that she actually was responding to, so if I remember correctly, she texted, she's telling him everything. And then there's something about like Matthew McCabe responded, like she could read a book. And then she said, I love it. It's still in response to the same subject.
Your Honor, I'll grab it. It's marked. Okay. Your Honor, it's been marked and entered. It was the packet this morning that I did. That's it. May I approach?
Sure.
Sorry, you guys, it froze for a second. Oh, I don't know what you missed. I don't even know what I said. I'm just saying.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Take a look at those 2 pages. If you would.
Could you tell me what pages, please?
169 and the second page, Ms. McCabe, if you wouldn't mind.
What's the second number, Ms. McCabe?
Number, the bottom right.
2170.
Thank you.
You have that in mind?
Yes, I do.
May I, Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. During that conversation, when you said she's telling them everything, that came right on the heels of your husband saying, this girl could write a book.
That's right.
This woman could write a book or something
Yeah.
like that, correct?
That's what I said.
Correct. She talks nonstop.
Right. And then
There it is again. That Regina George Mean Girls cattiness about throwing someone else under the bus. She's not part of the family. She's someone she just met. She's someone who's conveniently helpful but discardable. That's the impression that I'm getting from Miss Jennifer McCabe talking about Kerry Roberts. It's just like she literally also just said, I don't really know Kerry Roberts. And yet she has all of these mean things to say about her. It's just like, jeez.
you said 2 texts down, she's telling them everything.
Correct.
The text just before that was, I love it.
That was in response to my husband saying this girl could write a book.
What's the next
And that was in response to what you said.
thing that you wrote to that group within a second of that?
She is telling them everything.
Right. May I pose the question?
Sure.
Nowhere in that text chain did you say something along the lines of, oh my goodness, I'm so horrified, did you?
Those were on phone conversations.
Nowhere in those texts that you just saw did you say the words or write the words, I'm so horrified, did you?
No, because it was already spoken about.
Just elsewhere, somewhere in the ether.
You were asked on that morning, January 29th, 2022, as you drove to the location and ultimately to 34 Fairview. What ultimately happened? And your testimony was, as you approached, my client was searching frantically for John O'Keefe, correct?
I don't believe I said she was searching frantically for John O'Keefe.
Searching frantically,
She was screaming frantically in the back seat
frantically.
and texting in the back seat.
Was she just sitting there, curled up in the back seat, sucking her thumb, or was she searching out the window?
She was screaming
Right.
between Kerry and I. So I'm not really sure how she saw John over here when her head is up here screaming and then looking down and texting.
Was the whole point of that trip, Miss McCabe, to search for John?
It was because she knew where he was.
The whole point of that trip was to look for him, correct?
She directed us to go to 34
Yes or no?
Fairview.
The whole point of the trip was to look for John,
At
correct?
34 Fairview, where Karen said to go.
And your testimony is that if it hadn't been for Karen jumping out of that truck, you would have stopped, correct?
Because I wouldn't have seen him. I
or no?
didn't know he was
Yes or
there.
no?
She did.
Okay, yes or no? Was that your statement? If she hadn't gotten out of the car, you wouldn't have stopped.
I don't believe it was stated like that. I believe there was a question and I answered.
And the question was, would you have stopped? And your answer was what?
What was the direct
Oh
question?
my goodness, Miss McCabe, it was 5 minutes ago.
Right. Did he ask, did you see something? You like to change words. I just want to be certain.
So, Mr. Jackson, just keep it to questions, not comments.
You were asked just a second ago by Mr. Lally, if Karen Reed hadn't jumped out of the car, you wouldn't have stopped, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. All right, Ms. McCabe, we are finished. Jurors, I'm going to ask you to follow them out like you've done. We'll take a recess, and this one might be a little longer. I may need to.
All right, I'm happy
Jurors
about
folding and
longer
leaving your
recess.
notebooks on the chair.
Okay, let's fast forward to see what's.
Find out exactly what you.
Is it going to be a sidebar though, or is it on the record out publicly? No, it's out on the record. Okay, good. We can fast forward. We are so far behind, and you know what? We are going to. If there is another witness before lunch, I think probably there will be. We're going to put it at 1.25x speed so that we can kind of catch up here, but also because we are definitely so far behind because of all of my rants. I'm so sorry. Okay, let's see here. Yep. I just want to make sure I don't miss any statements made openly in the courtroom before they go on this recess. Oh my goodness. And we will be answering some questions. We've got a lot of questions that I've saved throughout the last like couple hours. Okay, let's see here. Okay, I think it's just going to.
All right, thank you.
All right. So we are, oh, look at that. We're now only like,
All right, so jury.
we're 12 minutes behind now. Okay, so we are going to put it on 1.25x speed, and I'm going to do a speed round of questions and answers from that one before we continue on to the next witness. I think it's probably going to be Kerry Roberts from what I remember them mentioning. So I apologize if there are any questions that I have missed along the way, but we're going to do, like I said, lightning round. Estevan Eden. 1 out of 2 question. Is it possible that the prosecution was handed this case and forced by someone like a higher up to try this case, even though they knew this is a case full of holes? It's the only thing that makes sense to me. Thanks for the coverage. You're absolutely welcome. You know, I am less familiar with like the inner workings of a prosecutor's office, of a DA's office. But I could see it happening. I could see that being, you know, within the realm of possibilities. So possible, sure. LK Ryden, question, would it be crossing the line for Jackson to go the worst? I thought the worst was what John's mother was going through. Her son is dead and no one is fighting for her justice. So yes, that would absolutely draw an argumentative objection, and that would be properly sustained. My drone and I question, will the cell phone expert witness be able to tell us how many calls were butt dialed as opposed to finger dialed? I don't know. If they can, I'm sure they will, because that would be very enlightening in this case. Dionysia Jaclo, do you know someone who have been in this trial? Some jury reaction feedback. Unfortunately, I don't. Mr. W, Legalbytes, can she be charged with perjury here? I don't know. Perjury is like, I know we always get this question with these kind of high profile trials, especially when a witness like really crumbles on cross-examination. Tried with perjury, it's a very strong thing to do to go through the perjury charges. Honest Mike, question, in your experience, how good are juries at separating likability from believability? Is Jen being so awful actually going to matter in the end? I think it can matter on the balance when there's, you know, a gray area where they're supposed to decide, do you trust this person or that person, where there's a divergence, for example, an inconsistency or a series of inconsistencies in the testimony, to be like, okay, I mean, he said, she said, which one do you believe? Trust in the witness can absolutely make a difference. So likability can impact believability as well. You know, after all, we're humans. We're rational, but we're not that rational. We're also emotional beings. El Borate, does Cellbrite data go back to the jury as evidence? I don't know if the Cellbrite report itself, I don't think so, is going to, but the testimony by the expert who's going to testify to it, yes, that will be. Alrighty. Mike Olson, question, I didn't mean the judge actually had a side. She had been on both at different times, but I feel like she let Jackson have even more than his fair share because Jen is so unlikable. Yeah, no, I understand what you mean. But I don't know. I mean, I don't think that she's necessarily thinking along those lines. I think that she's really trying to make, I do think that she is trying to make decisions on a rational basis, right? If she has a bias, I don't think she's aware of it if she is. And I don't know that it rises to the level of like, she should be excused. Janet G, Legalbytes. Oh, you'll need to explain sick again. Slow down for me. LOL. So sick is where, so in pleadings, right? When you've got, you've drafted up a motion for something, some kind of an argument in the court, in litigation. You draft your motion, the other side drafts their objection to your motion, you draft your reply to their objection to your motion. You're kind of going back and forth, responding to each other. And oftentimes, you know, there will be a portion of it where you say, you know, the other side argues that, you know, this, that, and this and that, and they cite to this case law. However, that's not, you know, it doesn't support their argument or something. You're responding to it. But if they have a typo in their, whatever it is that they wrote, you know, in their citation or in their argument or any part, and you're quoting them, So you are supposed to take a direct quote. So technically you are supposed to take it with whatever mistakes they have in there. But at the end, or like right after the word that's wrong, you'll put in sick, like in parentheses like that. And so to a certain extent, you're supposed to do it. But to a certain extent, there are also a lot of lawyers that will not necessarily need to use that quote or not necessarily need to use that sentence, but they'll put it in there just to be like, they're being sloppy. They're being messy. They're doing things wrong. You shouldn't trust their work, essentially, is what that is. I hope that makes sense. Lugdor Krogan, Legalbytes, can a witness be argumentative like Jen has been and the judge doesn't say anything? Within limits they can. There are definitely situations where a witness being argumentative on the stand is not a good thing and they have to be reprimanded. I mean, for example, Jen McCabe had been kind of told kindly by the judge a few times, you need to let the attorney ask the question, and then you know, and then you can give your answer. Like that's, she was very soft about it. And tried, you know, I think she was definitely trying not to show the jury of like, I'm reprimanding this witness, you know, cause she kind of mentioned like, everybody needs to not talk over each other. But then she would turn to Jen and be like, let him ask the question first. Mr. Waffles question, how much do you think a juror in general might be put off by a hostile witness? It depends on how they come across. It depends on how the attorney comes across. It depends on how much they like the attorney, like their style, familiar with the attorney. There are so many things that can come in and impact, you know, how much, you know, when a witness and an attorney duke it out, how much they decide to side with the attorney or with the witness. Draco Amy, why is the judge asking for an objection? Oh, I answered that one earlier. This was because he was showing Jackson was showing the witness something, or he was publishing something. And so that's a normal routine thing is you ask the other side, do you have any objection to that? So that you make sure that they are you know, everything's fine before something objectionable has been shown to the courtroom. Dave Beatty, Legalbytes, please stop picking on the poor wolves. They have enough problems to deal with being villain in nursery times. I'm sure. My deepest and sincerest apologies to all of the wolves of the world. My drone and I question, where's the cruiser cam footage of the three of them in the back seat praying and doing the Google search? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe someone's butt deleted it. El Bori, deleting something just means that the memory isn't marked as keep. Easiest way to explain it. The bits and bytes are not overwritten until that space is needed. Interesting. Thank you for that. Dave Beatty, question, this was horrible. Where was the video of taillight, as that actually proves she lied on the stand in this trial? So yeah, that did not come up in this, but maybe they decided they didn't need it. There were so many more important things to go over to impeach her on that they decided they didn't need it. And that is a trial strategy decision that is up to the defense. And I still think it was an amazing cross-examination. All right. JC the Music Man, Legalbytes, is it standard practice for defense to file or request a dismissal once the prosecution rests? Yes. In fact, there are many attorneys out there that would say that is malpractice not to do so. Baz 80s, question, he can't really expect to save his testimony, can he? Why didn't Lally just get her off the stand as soon as possible? Touch on the Google search and get rid would be my approach. Well, I mean, he did actually have one good point where he talked about the prior testimony that she gave about the I hit him, where she actually did say that on the record. So that's an example of, kind of cleaning something up on redirect. However, unfortunately, he buried that in a bunch of like nothingness. So it was like in the middle of the redirect. It took me a second to be like, oh, she actually, okay. So she did testify to that at some point previously. However, then to be undone once again by the defense, that's when Alan Jackson also came up and was like, so that one hearing where you first testified to I hit him, that was 2 months after the whole Google search thing came out, isn't it? Like when you said that you were experiencing all this harassment. And that's what I mean about, Krav Magaing your way with some of this bad information that comes in. It's brilliant lawyering. It's very, very skilled lawyering. Saroma, Legalbytes question. Hi, first time commenting, but I've been a lurker for some time. I was wondering, has it just been assumed that she hit him with a car, or could she have meant she hit him with her hand? Some folks have brought that up also, and I think on cross-examination, one of the first responders may have been asked about that also. I can't remember exactly if that actually came up on cross-examination once, but there was that suggestion of like, are we sure? But I think the response, if I remember correctly, I think the response on that cross-examination was like, no, no, like commonly that's what we think of when we have a situation like this where someone's found on a sidewalk, is that they've been hit by a car. But anyway, but thank you so much for commenting and for being a long time lurker. Vicky Lane question, why couldn't her being a teacher be questioned? I think, well, so the judge allowed a little bit of it, the fact that she is a teacher and she teaches what, 5th grade or something like that, 5th or 3rd grade. But he wanted to go in for more detail on it. And the problem is relevance. Is it more, is it likely to actually lead to something interesting here? But that's just, it's another example of like Lally, adding a lot of fluff where he doesn't need fluff and shouldn't use fluff. But yeah, relevance is the issue. Burley Sullivan, is there a limit to redirects and recrosses, or can they go on indefinitely? It depends on the court. There are some where you can go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And then there are some where they're like, nope, you get direct, you get cross, you get redirect, and that's it. So it depends on the judge. Justin Perry, Legalbytes, how likely is it that the jury will be seeing the viral nature of this cross by Jackson? He is trending on Twitter. It shouldn't be. I really hope that they don't. I hope they don't see anything. They are supposed to actively stay away from stuff. So if they have a feeling that it'll be all over social media, then they should stay away from social media. Likelihood, though, I don't know. I mean, there's so many different factors that go into place with what was I going to say? With things popping up on someone's feed that's algorithmic that I don't even understand. So I don't know that I could tell you likelihoods. Baz 80s, do you think the harassment testimony makes a difference? I don't think anyone should be harassed, but it's irrelevant. Well, it's more prejudicial than probative, right? That's the whole reason why it wasn't allowed in the first place, was because of the fact that, even if it has some relevance, it's way more prejudicial. But the judge has determined that that the defense has opened the door to it. So, let's see here really quick. Just need to capture something here. Okay. And we are almost there. Okay. Super chats. BG0369. Thanks so much for the super chat. Why has judge not admonished to answer the questions with yes or no? Well, because sometimes it is true that in order to adequately answer a question, you do need to give a little bit more of an answer than yes or no. Sometimes yes or no doesn't really fully answer the question. And that's really more on the attorney to hammer the witness on that. And then the judge can say like, okay, you got to answer yes or no. So it's better for it to come from the attorney than the judge, especially like on a regular recurring basis. Debbie Fears Uncooked, thanks for the super chat. Court TV has been hanging out in lawyer chats. They're spying on us. I haven't seen them in this chat though. Maybe that'll change at some point, but I have heard about it. Draco Amy, don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. All right. We'll do one more.
Don't be suspicious. 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 Don't be suspicious.
John Ralphio?
Gone!
Love it. Emmanuel Secco question. Has J.O. family changed their stance on Karen's guilt? It's hard to imagine sitting through this and still thinking she's guilty. I don't know. I don't have any information as to what they're thinking. El Borit, Legalbytes, I'm wondering how D'Antonio said the interview was with the feds. Isn't that opening the door? Potentially, I'm not sure. I don't remember the details of how he said it and what the question was. But I don't think it hasn't come up since. So I guess it's not opening the door. Metonymy 1979. Thanks for the super chat. Honestly, there is so much reasonable doubt here. It seems criminal this was even brought to trial. I'm wondering the same thing. LK Raiden, as someone that has done crime in the past, I appreciate the reference. Fun fact, when you are able to protect yourself in a fight by accident, the CAM term for it is shit happens. Love it. Elbor Legalbytes last night, a chatter on LTK stream mentioned that there were a juror, different case from KR, and Googled things after trial each day. How bad? That's really bad. That's really, really bad. Really, really bad. Yes, I really hope the jurors in this case do not do this, or any case for that matter. Okay, folks, let's get to the testimony. How far behind are we now? Okay, it says 13 minutes. I think we're a little bit further than that. Oh, lawyer, you know is what you meant. Okay, yeah, thanks, Elboy. Okay. Let's continue on. And we've already got it at 1.25x speed, so hopefully we'll catch up.
As I waited until the last witness left the stand and until you all had your morning break to give you one other instruction. And this one, all the instructions are important, but this one's important, so I want you to focus on it. Now, you heard from the last witness, and you may hear from other witnesses who described what Ms. McCabe called harassment and public demonstration. I believe she referred to a rolling rally. I permitted that testimony for a very limited purpose. That testimony was not offered, nor may you consider it as evidence that Ms. Reed has bad character or propensity to commit crime. In fact, there's no evidence before you that the defendant is responsible for that conduct that was described by Ms. McCabe. The evidence is relevant only insofar as it goes to the witnesses, or to explain the witness's state of mind. So Ms. McCabe's state of mind. And that is to the extent it explains Ms. McCabe's conduct or statements or actions at any particular time. And ultimately, the testimony may be used by you only as it goes to the witness's credibility. Okay? Thank you very much. So, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
I mean, yeah.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Ms. Kerry Roberts to the stand.
Ooh, Kerry Roberts. Okay.
Raise your hand. You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court during the case now against the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You can stand.
All right, Mr. Lally. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Kerry Roberts, Roberts.
And where you live, ma'am?
Canton, Mass.
And how long have you lived in Canton, Mass?
10 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton?
My husband, my 2 children.
And your 2 children, how old are they? And boy, girl?
My son is 12, my daughter's 14.
And do you work, ma'am?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm an executive assistant.
How long have you been doing that?
17 years.
And your husband, Kurt, does he work as well?
Yes.
What does he do for work?
He's a heavy equipment operator.
And how long has he been doing that?
Maybe 20 plus years.
Now, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022 into the morning of the 29th. Do you recall those dates? And do you recall what days of the week they were?
Say it again.
Do you recall what days of the week they were?
Friday.
So 28th.
Friday the 28th.
Into a
Saturday the 29th.
Now, on the evening of the 28th, do you recall what you were doing that evening?
I was bowling with my daughter and her friends and one of the mothers.
And do you recall where that was?
Westgate Lanes in Brockton.
And about what time was it that you got home from that?
Probably about 8:30ish, because there was a storm coming, so we wanted to be home. I didn't want to be out late.
And when you got home, you and your daughter, is that correct?
Say that one more time.
You and your daughter came home around 8:30 or so?
Yes.
Who, if anyone else from your house, was home when you got there?
I think my husband was home. He was going out. I think I passed him, and he was heading out to meet his friends. My son was not home.
And who were the friends that he was going out to meet?
John O'Keefe and Michael Camerano.
So, Ms. Roberts, I'd like to start with just Mr. Camerano. How do you know?
He's been childhood friends with my husband.
And do you know where your husband was going to meet Mr. Camerano and Mr. O'Keefe?
Miss at McCarthy's. It's a bar in Canton.
Sort of in the center of town, is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. O'Keefe, how do you know?
I've known him since high school.
And where did you go to high school?
Braintree High School.
And how is it that you came to know Mr. O'Keefe? How would you describe your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe?
He was one of my closest friends.
In addition to John O'Keefe, through growing up and going to Braintree High, were you familiar with any other members of the O'Keefe family?
Yes, Kristen, his sister, was a senior when I was a freshman. John was a year older than me, and Paul was 2 years younger than me. So at some point, I was in school with all of them.
And after high school, at some point, did you come to know any of the members of the O'Keefe family while you were living in Canton?
Yes, my son and John's nephew went to an in-home daycare together. So I went to go pick up my son at one point, and Kristen was there, and we kind of figured out that we lived in the same neighborhood that we were going to be moving into. And then Kristen got sick.
And during that time, sort of when you first reconnected with Kristen, about how old was your son and her son?
My son was 18 months. Patrick he's almost a year older.
And your son and Patrick Furbush, did they end up going to the same school in Canton?
Yes, they went to home daycare. They went to preschool, pre-K. And by the time they got to elementary school, they got separated because they were troublemakers.
But did they go to the same school all throughout?
Yes.
And what, if any, other activities did your son do along with Kristen's son, Patrick?
Well, Patrick wanted to try hockey. So they did hockey together, and then he didn't like that. And they played baseball together since they were T-ball, like 4 or 5.
Now, you mentioned that Kristen O'Keefe, or Kristen Furbush at that point, at some point after you met her, she got sick, is that right?
Correct.
Eventually she passed away, is that right?
Correct.
After she passed away, her husband also passed away.
Correct.
And at some point after that, what, if any, role did John O'Keefe have with reference to?
Well, when Kristen passed away, I was in touch with John, just seeing if they needed help with the kids, getting them to and from wherever, because I was down the street. Kristen passed away, and then he said, I might move in. Steve's got to figure out finances, but I might move into your neighborhood. And I said, oh, okay. And then when Steve died, John did move in, and he took over raising the kids.
And fair to say that you were, with reference to your son being friends with his nephew Patrick, you would see him fairly often, and by him I mean John O'Keefe.
Oh, yes, daily. Mm-hmm.
And what, if any, at some point did John and his niece and nephew move from down the street from your house?
Yes, they moved across town. So I live on the Milton side. He moved over sort of near the Stoughton side.
About how far a drive is that sort of from your house to where you moved to? It was on Meadows, correct?
Yes, and it depends because Canton's terrible for traffic. Maybe 7 minutes, maybe 8, depending. And if it's in the evening, it's longer.
And after Mr. O'Keefe and his niece and his nephew moved sort of across town, where did his nephew Patrick, where did he go to school at?
He remained at the same school that he was at with my son. So on Wednesdays, when John couldn't grab him in time because he'd be working in the city, Patrick would come home with me.
You familiar with what Mr. O'Keefe did for a living?
He was a Boston police officer, but at the time he was working in an office registering sex offenders.
And, so you would help out as far as picking up his son. What, if any, assistance did you have with regard to his niece Kaylee as well?
Say that one more time.
What, if any, assistance did you have with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and his schedule with regard to his niece Kaylee as well?
I didn't take care of Kaylee as much. That was sort of, there was other women, Jen McCabe, one of them, she sort of really took hold of caring for Kaylee because her daughter was friends with Kaylee, and I sort of got Patrick. So
Mr. Riley, you have to keep your voice up. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Sorry.
And if you could keep your voice up too, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. We appreciate it.
And then through the years that you knew Mr. O'Keefe when you lived in Canton and your time being friends with him, what, if any, conversations would you have with Mr. O'Keefe in regards to any sort of relationships or dating or anything like that?
Well, he dated a lot of people. So it depends.
Your conversations with what, if any, sort of role would you have, or what if any, knowledge did you have in reference to the people that he dated?
My husband, whenever he would go on a date with somebody, he would have my husband come meet them, sort of say, like, what do you think? And he had a couple of girlfriends that were very nice.
Now, at some point, did you become aware of a person by the name of Kerry?
Yes.
And when was it and how was it that you first came to know that person?
John called me and said, Karen and I are going to stop by because we had people over. And I said, who is Karen? Because I didn't know if he was going to bring someone from high school and surprise me with a random, I had never heard of her. And he said, you know who Karen is? The girl I'm dating. I said, nope, but okay. And then they came over that night.
And do you recall when about that was?
I think it was sometime in July.
In July what year?
What are we, 2020?
Sometime shortly after sort of the COVID pandemic.
Yes.
How would you describe your relationship, if any, with Karen?
She was like another person that took care of the kids. She took care of Kaylee and Patrick a lot. So I would coordinate with her if Ryan and Patrick were going to go to the golfing range, or if Ryan was going to go with them to the Red Sox game, that kind of thing. We weren't do lunch or hang out like girlfriends.
Were there any occasions where you had sort of socialization or go out as couples or anything like that with Ms. O'Keefe?
No, they came over our house one time, and then we'd do baseball tournaments down the Cape, and we'd all get together. But the four of us never went out.
And just for clarity purposes, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
Yep.
Identify her as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing?
Say that again?
Could you identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She is seated at that front table, and she has a black and white suit jacket.
Or just ask the record reflected application sent by the witness.
Yes.
Now, coming back to that evening of the 28th, your husband went out to meet Mr. Camerano and Ms. Rubin, correct?
Yes.
And do you know about what time it was that your husband Kurt arrived home that night?
Maybe around 10:30.
And after he arrived home, what, if anything, specifically do you recall the two of you doing or anything before going off to bed?
I remember sitting on the couch, and the front door is right there, and it was open, and it started to snow. It had just started to come down probably about midnight, but it was coming down fast. So you knew it was little snowflakes usually mean a big snowstorm. And I said, well, it's starting. So we went to bed because we knew we weren't going out anywhere.
And as far as turning your attention to the next morning, at some point you awoke, do you recall what it was that awoke you that morning on the 29th?
Karen called me at 5 o'clock in the morning.
And is that sort of a normal occurrence as far as Ms. Reed calling you and specifically calling you that early?
No.
And when you went to answer the phone, at some point, did you look at sort of like the screen to your phone?
I don't know. I just answered
Yes, in a different way. As far as at some point, did you realize or did you know whether or not that call that at some point you answered, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the call that you answered, do you know whether or not that was the first call Ms. Reed had placed you that morning or no?
It was the second call, only from looking at my phone after, because I said, oh, shoot, she called me. She just called and I didn't. She called twice.
And the phone call that you answered, what time was that?
5 on the dot.
And if you know from looking at your phone, the phone call that you didn't wake up or didn't answer, do you know how long before that phone call was?
I think it was a minute or two before.
So 5 o'clock on the dot, you get a phone call, you answer it, and it's Ms. Reed, is that right?
Correct.
And that phone number, you had her sort of programmed into your phone as a contact, is that correct?
Yes.
And on prior occasions, had you called that number, gotten a call from that number on prior occasions?
Yes.
And when you got that call or made that call, who was the other person on the end that you received?
Say that again?
Maybe a pretty simple question as far as it goes, but just with reference to any prior phone calls that you either got or received with that number that you programmed in as Karen Reed. When you spoke to someone by calling or receiving a call from that contact, who was on the other end of the call?
Karen Reed.
I'm sorry. He was like, maybe that was a simple question. It should be a simple question. You just like, it took so many side quests before you got to the end of it. Oh, God.
Okay. So you answered the phone sometime right around 5 a.m. and can you describe to the jury sort of what the content of that conversation was?
I answered the phone and she said, John's dead. Kerry, Kerry, Kerry. And then she hung up.
And as far as her in the conversation, did you say anything or get a chance to say anything before she hung up?
No.
And when she's speaking to you and saying those words to you over the phone, how loudly is she saying those words?
Very loud. She woke my husband, who was sleeping.
So at the time that the phone rings and you pick it up, your husband's sleeping, correct?
Yes.
And then afterwards, he's awake.
Correct.
Now, what happened then?
Then I got out of bed and Kurt said, what was that? I said, I don't know. Something's happening. And I think I started getting dressed at that point because I don't know if I started getting dressed at that point or after she called back again. I tried to call her, I think a couple times back to be like, what is going on? Finally, she called me back again and she said, I'm afraid John might be dead. He might have gotten hit by a plow. He did not come home last night. I was not supposed to stay in Canton last night and he would never leave Kaylee alone. I think something happened.
Interesting. So, okay. On the one hand, the first statement that or the first phone call is helpful to the prosecution because how would she know that he's dead? right? How would she know that he's dead before she's found him or what have you? That's a question that has to be figured out, has to be answered by the defense. It has to be explained by the defense, because otherwise that is like, yeah, that is helpful to the prosecution. And even saying I'm concerned that he got hit by a snowplow, like all of those things are, maybe nothing burgers, but they've got to be explained by the defense. Interesting.
And do you recall earlier in the day of the 28th having any communication with either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
I did with John. He texted me.
Do you recall generally what that was about?
My son got into a scuffle with some boy at school, and Patrick wasn't in school at the time. I think he went to a doctor's appointment, but Patrick got wind of it. So John was calling to see if my son was okay.
Now, turning back to, again, that morning on the 29th, you called Ms. Reed a couple times. She didn't answer. Is that correct?
Correct.
And at some point, she called you back?
Correct.
And about how long was it after that initial phone call that you had where she hung up? How much time had elapsed between that call and the next
I don't know, maybe 5 minutes.
And so when she calls back, she makes those statements to you that you just testified about. And upon her making those statements, what, if anything, was your response?
Then she said she checked Kaylee's phone to see if John had called. And I said, okay, where are you now? And she said, I'm driving. Can I come to your house? Will you drive my car? I don't remember anything from last night. We drank so much, I don't remember anything. And I said, you need to go home and be with Kaylee. If she's there by herself, I'll go look for him or something of that nature.
So now we finally have testimony from someone on the record in favor of the prosecution, where Karen Reed is saying, we drank so much, I don't remember. This is the first bit of evidence possible that is on the record that is like applicable to the DUI charge, right? It's going to get tested on cross-examination, I imagine, but this is information that is now on the record that is pro-prosecution.
I said, you're going to get a DUI. If you were drinking all night last night and you don't remember anything, you shouldn't be driving.
All right. So next question, please.
When you were talking to her on the phone, what, if any, observations did you make of sort of how she was speaking
She was very frantic, and her voice was elevated. She was very frantic.
And the loudness that you were describing during the course of that first phone call, what, if any, observations did you make with respect to that in regard to the second?
Same. Throughout the rest of the day, it was the same.
Do you indicate to her that she needs to go home? Is that right?
Correct.
And what, if anything, did she say in response to that?
She said, I'm going to come to your house. Will you drive my car? And I said, okay.
And after that, what did you do from there?
I started getting dressed. I think that's when I was starting getting dressed. And my husband said, where are you going? I said, I don't know. Something happened. John didn't come home. Karen's worried. So I'm going to go help her. And he said, you're not going anywhere. It's a blizzard. And I said, yes, I am. And I went downstairs. I started the car, cleared it off. And I sat there waiting, and she didn't come. So I called.
During the time that you're waiting in the car, do you know about how long the period was that you were waiting in the car?
I would say at least 10 minutes of sitting in the car.
And to that point, as far as when you went outside to the car, what, if anything, did you observe about the weather? And what, if anything, did you do with your car as you were turning it on?
I cleaned the car off. I turned the car on. I got in it, and I thought to myself, well, she thinks he might have got hit by a plow or something. I'll see if there's any accidents. So I called the Canton non-emergency line, and I said, have there been any plow accidents? My friend's boyfriend didn't come home. And they said, no, there were no accidents. So then I called Good Samaritan Hospital in Milton to see if anybody had been brought in a car accident. They said no. And then finally Karen called back.
Before we get to that, just in reference to, at any point in time, did you call Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And when you called Mr. O'Keefe, were you able to speak to Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Do you know how many times you called Mr. O'Keefe?
My husband called him, and I think I called him.
And when was that in relation to you going out to your car and clearing it?
That was when I was in the house. Karen actually said, can you try and call him?
And you did, and you didn't get an answer.
Correct.
And do you know whether or not your husband got an answer?
He did not.
So you go out to the car, you're waiting, and you make those phone call initially to Canton Police. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that definitely adds a layer of credibility to this part of her testimony, right? Because if those phone calls did in fact happen at those times, then that is evidence of someone trying to figure out, did something. I mean, that's something that is helpful to this question of, was he hit by a snowplow? Or was he hit by, anyone else, and that maybe was reported. So that is a layer of credibility for her testimony so far. We'll see how this goes. I mean, I am also now I her testimony already is a little bit colored by what Jen testified about the negative things that she said about Karen Reed. So I also am wondering if there is an aspect of this, and this is just what happens when you hear about someone before they testify, some of the negative things that they've said. Again, I don't know why Jen volunteered that. I don't know why the prosecution volunteered that nasty comment that Kerry apparently made about Karen Reed, about her being basically a babysitter with benefits. But that kind of colors the way that I'm seeing her right now. I'm kind of like waiting for, like, is there going to be an angle where we start to see something weird in what she testifies about this whole thing? Is there something that she has another reason to testify in this way, that she doesn't like Karen Reed? So far, I don't see it. I don't see it right now. Everything looks pretty straightforward, but we'll see.
And do you know who you spoke to at Canton Police?
I believe it was Officer Good.
Is that someone that you knew in any way prior to this date of January 29th?
We have mutual friends, but no, I'd never met him.
Now, you call the hospitals, and then at some point after you finish speaking to the hospitals, the defendant then calls you back, correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, can you describe to the jury sort of what was the content of that conversation that third time?
She said, I said, where are you? I'm in the car. And she said, I'm at Jen's house. And I said, Jen who? She said, Jen McCabe. She's going to drive my car. And I said, okay, stay there. I'll come to there. We'll follow and we'll drop your car off. We'll just take my car and go look for him. And I drove to Jen's, and I pulled in the driveway behind them. I was still on speakerphone. Jen is driving. Karen's in the passenger seat, and we drove. I said, do you remember, did you look through the house? Could he be passed out somewhere in the house? She said, I don't know. I didn't look. So I said, let's do that. Let's get in the cars. We're not taking 2 cars. It's a blizzard. We're going to go back to Meadows, and we're going to go look in the house first. He could be passed out behind the couch or on the floor, or who knows? So we went to the house.
Yeah, I'm sorry, before you get into that, just as far as directionality and where you're going at this initial stage, you are sort of directing what's going to happen and where you're going to go, correct?
Correct.
Now, you had mentioned that the defendant said she was at Jen's house. You asked Jen who, and she said Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Objection. I'll allow it.
With regards to Ms. McCabe, did you know her, or how did you know her prior to this morning of January 29th?
I had met her once when John took her and I to Reebok because he's got a 50% discount. So we would go periodically and get the kids' shoes. So John, and myself went to Reebok, got shoes, and then we went to the Hillside for lunch. That was it. I wasn't friends with her.
Is that someone that you had programmed in your phone as a contact? Did you have her information prior to January 29th?
No.
And when you went to Ms. McCabe's house that morning, how was it that you knew where Ms. McCabe's house was at that morning?
I picked up Kaylee there a time or two for John and brought her home if I was heading that way, because Jen's house is on the way to John's.
And so you go to Ms. McCabe's house, and can you describe for the jury sort of what you observe or what you see when you're first coming up to Ms. McCabe?
I pulled in the driveway behind Karen's car, and Karen and Jen are in the car talking. I'm still on Bluetooth so I can hear them. And Karen said that she remembered leaving him at Waterfall. And Jen said, no, I saw you pull up to my sister's house. And then at some point in the conversation, she said, what about my taillight? What about my taillight? And I looked, and there was a piece missing, but it was caked on with snow. You could tell there was a little black hole, but there was snow like caked on it, and it was a blizzard at this point.
Now, just as far as over the course of this early morning when you're making that drive from your house to Ms. McCabe's house, correct?
Yes.
So during that time, can you describe sort of what the lighting conditions were, what the roadway conditions were, what you observed as you were driving over there?
It was not light out yet, and it was really bad driving.
And bad driving in reference to snow, was that correct?
Yes.
So you get to Ms. McCabe's house, and during the drive from your house to Ms. McCabe's house, you're speaking to both Ms. McCabe and Ms. Reed?
Yes.
And with reference, I think you said a couple times as far as a Bluetooth. So as far as what you're hearing on the other side of the conversation, is it just one person, or are you able to hear sort of everything that's going on in the car?
I could hear everything. It was like a regular phone call in the car.
From where you were, your impression was it was hooked up to the speaker of the car?
Correct.
And when you get to Ms. McCabe's house, or what you were just testifying about as far as the taillight, when is it that you're making those observations?
In Jen's driveway.
And so about how far away from the defendant's car are you the first time that you see or your attention is drawn to this taillight?
I was parked right behind them in the driveway.
And can you describe which part of the vehicle you're looking at as far as which taillight that you're observing this damage?
The right passenger.
And so from there, as far as Ms. McCabe's driveway, you make these observations. Where is it that you go from there?
Say it again.
So after you're making those observations and you're overhearing that conversation or you're having that conversation over Bluetooth, where did the three of you go?
We went to Meadows, to John's house.
And how was it that each of you sort of got from Ms. McCabe's house to John's house on Meadows?
Jen drove Karen's car, and I followed behind in my car.
And when you arrived there, where did you go? Where did you park? Like,
I think I pulled in right behind. She pulled her car sort of in front of the garage bays, and I pulled in the driveway behind her.
and when you say she, do you know who was driving?
Jen McCabe, sorry.
Driving and Ms. Reed's in the front passenger seat.
Correct.
And you're driving your car behind.
Correct.
And what kind of car did you have?
A Ford Explorer,
Do you recall what color it was?
dark gray.
And as far as Ms. Reed, do you recall what kind of vehicle she had at that point?
A Lexus SUV,
Recall what color that was?
black.
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, do you recall what kind of vehicle John O'Keefe had?
He has a Traverse.
And do you recall what color that was?
It's like a beige green.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask to publish what's been marked as exhibit number 2.
Okay. This is the ring footage of them not looking at the taillight.
Ms. Roberts, directing your attention to the screen over here, do you recognize what is up on the screen?
That's John's house.
And does that seem like a fair and accurate portrayal of what John's house looked like at around the time of January 29th when you went over that morning?
Much snowier, but yes. Oh, I said it was much more snow, but yes.
Now, not visible in this particular photograph or the driveway that you're talking about, facing Mr. O'Keefe's house in Meadows Ave, as we are in this picture, whereabouts would the driveway be, to the left or the right or something?
To the right.
And, Your Honor, with court's permission, if I could ask to publish what's been marked as exhibit 91.
Okay. This is going to be the ring footage. Oh,
And
no.
then, Ms.
Photo
Roberts, do you
again.
recognize what's up on the screen?
That is John's car.
And what is it that's behind John's?
Behind a basketball hoop?
No, I'm sorry.
The ring camera.
That's correct. Not the rear of the vehicle, but sort of in the photograph behind on the other side of the passenger side of the vehicle.
Oh, the garage doors?
And there are two garage doors on the left, on the right. Is that correct? You're familiar with this house? We've been over it a number of times when Mr. O'Keefe lived there.
Correct.
And as far as, what if anything, were you familiar with as far as Mr. O'Keefe having regarding sort of security around his house?
Security, he has a ring camera that was in the driveway and a ring camera that was at the side door.
And with regard to the garage itself, as far as you've been in there as well?
Yes.
And so what is behind the left door of the garage?
His big old blue convertible.
And on the right side of the garage, what if anything is in behind?
Nothing. He's got all organized stuff and kids sporting. I don't know if he parked in there or not.
Now, as far as how Mr. O'Keefe kept his garage, kept his home, was there a particular way in which he kept it? When he lived there,
Neat freak.
I'm sorry, what was that?
He was a neat freak.
Okay.
And as you enter into this garage, what if any access would you then have to inside the home?
There's a set of stairs and it brings you right into like the mudroom, which leads into the kitchen.
Now, when you would go over to Mr. O'Keefe's house on this occasion or any other occasion, any rules or preferences would Mr. O'Keefe have with regard to equipment?
You did not wear footwear in the house. You took your shoes off.
And is that something that applies to people who live there as well as people who are visiting?
Yes.
And how would you describe that a relatively strict rule?
Yes.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could, I'd like to publish a portion of Exhibit 6, ring video.
Okay.
Gentlemen, if I could have.
Now we get to the ring
from
footage.
Driveway, video number 154. I'm gonna ask you this, pause afterwards. So, Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, that's Karen's car and my car, and John's is in the background.
Now, in front of you on the desk, there should be a laser pointer. It's not this. Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So pressing on that button and pointing sort of at the screen, if I could ask you just direct the jury's attention to where you see Ms. Reed's vehicle, where you see your vehicle, and where you see Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle as well.
That is John's car. That is Karen's car. That is my car.
Is this a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of where the cars were and what things looked like when you first arrived at Mr. O'Keefe's house, coming from Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Now, with reference to any individuals that you observe in this video, again, using the laser pointer to draw your attention to who you observe and where they are.
That is Jen McCabe, and that is Karen Reed, and that's me.
And at some point, you enter in through the garage, is that right?
Correct.
Now, as far as the garage doors were concerned, when you came back that morning, what, if anything, did you notice about the garage?
The right garage door wouldn't close.
So it was open when you arrived?
I don't recall if it was open when we arrived, but when we were leaving, it wouldn't close.
And do you recall, do you have any idea of how that mechanically worked, like how you would open, how you would close the garage door?
Yeah, there's a code on the side.
And at any point in time, whenever you noticed that the garage door was open, were you or any of the people that you were able to close that door?
No.
And so is that the door that you entered into in order to get into the garage, to get into the mud and take off your shoes and whatnot?
Correct.
And when you came into the house that morning and you went into the mud, what, if anything, did you do with your shoes, and what, if anything, did you observe Ms. McCabe and the defendant do with their shoes?
Jen and I both had taken our shoes off in the sort of steps in the garage before we entered into the mudroom. We took our shoes off, and Karen just walked in.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play the video.
To me, that just supports the idea that Karen Reed was frantic and was like erratic in her behavior and not thinking about things, and just like her brain was fried. I don't know. Okay. So she didn't take her shoes off. Like what, like what is the point that helps the prosecution with that? That she was like disrespectful to John?
Now, Ms. Roberts, with reference to the Ring video security system that Mr. O'Keefe had at his home, if you know who had access to that?
I do not.
You obviously, do you know whether or not Mr. O'Keefe had access to that?
He did, yes.
Okay. Do you know how or what device he used in order to access it?
I only know he had it on his phone
How do you know he had it on his phone?
because he would check it all the time to see if the kids were home or dropped off or.
That's something you did in your presence?
Yes.
Now, with regard to, at some point when you get to the home, beyond the sort of initial observations you made of Ms. McCabe's driveway with regard to the right rear passenger taillight of Ms. Reed's vehicle, what, if any, other observations did you make, or what, if anything else, did you do with reference to that area of the vehicle?
Karen did point it out at one point in the driveway. She said, "My taillight, look at my taillight." And I looked at it and I said, "You told me you don't remember anything from last night." She said, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? And I said, "No, I don't think you hit him. I think you probably hit something, but let's just go in the house and look for him."
And so as far as your recollection is concerned, that sort of interaction that you had of looking at the taillight, when did that happen?
I don't know if it was when, well, it obviously wasn't when we got there. It was what must have been when we were leaving to go out to look for him.
When you what? I'm sorry.
I wasn't sure if it was when we arrived or when we were leaving to go back out and look for him. But now that I've seen the video, it's obviously when we came back out of the house.
Okay.
Jen McCabe didn't testify that way. She said it happened right as soon as they got to the house.
And who was present for that?
Who was present?
Yes.
Jen McCabe, Karen Reed, and myself.
And as far as where Ms. McCabe parked that vehicle, at any point in time that you were at the house, did that vehicle move at all? And by that vehicle, I mean Ms. Reed's vehicle.
I don't think so.
Where it's parked in that video is essentially where it stayed as far as you know.
I believe so.
Now, with reference to those observations, or when you were looking at the rear passenger taillight area of Ms. Reed's vehicle, how close to the vehicle were you when you were making those observations?
Right in front of it. There was one piece, like a rectangle encapsulated, like whatever was broken. I remember there was one piece of metal sort of sticking out. So if it was an encasement for a light of some sort, I remember looking at it and the piece was sort of sticking out, and I thought someone's going to catch their sleeve on that or something.
And
Yeah, we are watching at 1.25x speed because we're trying to catch up here a little bit.
Now, from there, when you arrive at the house, you go into the house, you take off your shoes. What happened there?
I started looking. Jen started looking. Karen, her and Jen went upstairs. I started looking downstairs. I started looking on the other side of the couches to see if maybe he passed out somewhere. And then I went upstairs, and Karen was standing in John's room. The bed was made. She was just standing there. Jen had gone in to talk to Kaylee. And then I said, all right, let's go.
Now,
He's not in the house. He's not in the house.
As far as your knowledge of Mr. O'Keefe, him not coming home when any of the children were home, is that something that was normal?
Him not coming home if the children were home?
Correct.
Yeah, he would not do that.
And obviously you knew Kaylee was there, but what, if anything, did you know as to where Patrick was?
He was at a friend's house.
And was that something that you knew independent of this morning, or what had transpired up to that point?
Say that again?
How did you find out that Patrick was at a friend's house? You know?
Karen said, I said, where's Patrick? She said he's at his friend's.
Really quick here, because this is relevant to this particular moment right here. Sophie 1518, how relevant is this testimony in proving KR is guilty? What she's saying says more about her and her friends than about KR, TBH. This is part of the timeline. She's establishing the timeline of what happened. So it is all relevant right now.
So you were in the downstairs area of the home, is that correct?
Not every detail is relevant, but you get what I mean.
Yes.
And looking through the rooms, you didn't find Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
No.
Now, at any point in time, did you go upstairs?
I did.
And when you went upstairs, where in the upstairs did you go?
At the top of the stairs is John's bedroom. So I looked in there. I looked in the bathroom. I looked in the closet. I looked in Patrick's room. I looked in the other two bedrooms, and Kaylee was in her room. So Jen was in there, but I was looking through the house.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe's bedroom, when you looked in there, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the condition of the bed?
The bed was made.
You mentioned you looked in a variety of different rooms on the second floor. You said sort of 2 other rooms. What, if anything, were those other rooms used for, if you know?
I think one of them was a computer room. It was the room that faced the front of the house, and the back room had a bed in it that Mrs. O'Keefe would stay in when she would stay over.
And again, just to be clear, when you say Mrs. O'Keefe, you mean John's mother?
John's mother, sorry.
And as far as the computer room, who, if anyone, had access to that, if you know?
Had access to the computer room?
Yes. What was it used for?
Oh, there was a desk with a computer or laptop.
Did you know whose laptop that was, whether it was John's, whether it was the defendant's, whether it was the kids?
I don't know if it was the defendant's at the time, but John's laptop used to be in that room.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask if I could publish just a couple more photos on the screen for Ms. Roberts.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could start with Exhibit 92. Ms. Roberts, directing your attention up to the screen, do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
That's Karen Reed's Lexus.
And specifically, if you could, using the laser pointer in front of you, direct the jury's attention to where you observed damage.
That's where the metal.
On John O'Keefe's body, like, that doesn't seem to help the prosecution's case, in my opinion, unless they have some sort of an explanation for what that metal piece was, unless it's like a part of the car that somehow got mixed in. I don't know. That's weird. That's a weird detail.
In this photograph up on the screen, is that consistent with what you observed in Mr. O'Keefe's driveway and Mr. McCabe's driveway when you saw it at home?
Well, caked in snow, but yes.
So absent the snow, yes.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next exhibit number 93. Again, Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
Essentially, we have a closer-up image of the same area, correct?
Yes.
And what's depicted in this closer-up image, is that also consistent with what you observed in Mr. McCabe's driveway and Mr. O'Keefe's driveway that day?
Yes.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask again if I could publish a portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 41.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward to about 2 hours, 9 minutes.
Oh, more dash cam footage. from a time that she's not even testifying to right now. There's like, I don't understand the purpose of playing this right now. This is timestamped at 8:22 a.m. after the investigation has closed out on the front lawn. What she's testifying to is that it's like, what, 5:30, 6 a.m. So like, what is he trying to show us with this video? Other than like,
Ms. Roberts, direct your attention up the screen to recognize what's on the
okay,
top
so
portion of the-
we can see the house. We've already seen it.
That's John's house.
And I'm assuming if you could press that again. Ms. Gilman, if you could pause. And again, Ms. Roberts, directing your attention up to the screen to recognize what's sort of in front of the camera, in the video portion of the video.
That's Karen's car and John's car.
And where you observe Karen's car and John's car, again, if you could just, using the laser pointer, direct your attention where you observe each of those in this still frame here.
That's Karen's car. That's John's car.
And are those essentially the same positions that you were talking about, that the jury saw earlier in the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Do you want this up on the screen or down?
Up for now.
Okay.
But just for a moment. So Rob, I'm going to show you just two photographs. Actually, just look at those when I'm finished.
Okay.
And do you recognize those? Or do you recognize what's depicted in them?
Do I recognize what?
What's depicted in each of those photographs?
Karen's car.
And may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I will seek to introduce the minutes and next exhibits.
Okay, is there any objection?
No objection.
All right, thank you.
Now
Your
you're
Honor,
gonna
while those are
publish
being
them?
marked, may we approach?
Hold on. Sidebar.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Sidebar. Okay. All right. Let's just fast forward into the future. Well, into the less recent or more recent past.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish first what's been marked as Exhibit 101.
Okay.
And Ms. Roberts, what's up on the screen now is Exhibit 101. You indicated that's Ms. Reed's vehicle in the same position where Ms. McCabe left the park on the property, correct?
Yes.
This is appeared to be a still shot from the same video that you just saw in the prior exhibit.
Yes.
Okay, so that's the reason why they showed the dash cam footage from 8:22 a.m. All right, he actually has a point to this one. All right, good.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 102 now. And Ms. Roberts, what's up on the screen? That's the second photograph that I showed you just a moment ago.
Yes.
That's essentially a closer up or zoomed in image of what's in the same still image that you saw in the prior, correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could, using a laser pointer, just direct your attention to the damage that you observed on the right rear passenger tail light of Ms. Reed's vehicle that way. Okay. It's going to be
That does look like it was damaged and that it's got snow caked onto it.
now you go.
So just pointing it out, the timestamp on the dash cam was 8:22 a.m. And so this is showing that at 8:22 a.m., the right tail light does have a substantial amount of damage to it. So that does corroborate this idea that it was damaged. Does that mean what the prosecution says it means? We'll find out.
Look through the home, you don't find Mr. O'Keefe, and what happens then?
Then I said, let's go look for him. If he might be walking home, or if you thought he got hit by a plow, and Jen and Karen wanted to go back to 34 Fairview where they were at. Jen said she saw her pull up to 34 Fairview the night before. So Karen really wanted to go back there. I was the one that said, no, let's drop a car off, go to Meadows and look through the house, and then we'll start looking if he's not in the house. So that's what we did. We got in the car and we were going to head back to Jen's sister's house.
And so this conversation, as far as the defendant, as you're testifying, really wanting to go to Fairview, when did that occur in relation to when you got to Mr. O'Keefe's?
on the way from Jen McCabe's house to John's house in the car.
So this is over the Bluetooth as you're driving?
Yes, Karen said I left him at Waterfall, and Jen said, no, I saw you pull up in front of my sister's.
And so after coming out of Mr. O'Keefe's house, do you exit the same way that you entered?
Yes,
Come out the garage door, get into your car?
yes.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of where was everybody seated in your car when you did?
I was driving, Karen was in the back seat, and Jen was in the passenger seat.
And as far as Ms. McCabe's sister's house, at the time, did you know where that was or who her sister was or anything like that?
I didn't even know she had a sister.
And you know about how long a drive or how far a drive or what the route was that you took going from Meadows to her sister's house?
I think we went main roads because we were looking to see, I mean, I don't know what we were looking for, but we were looking for him. I don't know if we thought he was walking home or if he got hit by a plow. So we went main roads. We pulled out, I think we went Bolivar Street, and then Jen was giving directions because I didn't know where we were going.
And to be clear, Bolivar Street, you're talking about, that's Bolivar?
Yes,
And so then Mr. McCabe is then giving you directions as you're driving, correct?
correct.
Now, as you're driving, again, as far as what, if anything, did you see as far as plows or how were the roads treated at that time? What, if anything, did you observe in reference to that?
It was bad driving. There were plows out, but it was really bad driving.
And the visibility as you were driving from Mr. O'Keefe's house to Ms. McCabe's sister's house, how would you describe the visibility?
It was very poor. It was in the middle of a blizzard.
Now, when you get to the street, at some point you're directed by Ms. McCabe to Fairview Road, correct?
Correct.
And when you get to Fairview Road, do you recall whether or not you took a left or a right, or how did you come onto Fairview Road?
Off of Chapman Street, I took a right onto Fairview.
You took a right from Chapman onto Fairview.
Correct.
I can't not do it.
I know a shortcut through El Segundo. Take the 105 West and exit on Culver. When you see the Zanko chicken on the left, turn right. Take Venice and follow it all the way down. Then you're in Marina Del Rey.
Every time. Every time.
As you're coming down Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you note or observe as far as the sort of elevation of the roadway?
You go downhill.
Do you go downhill?
Yes.
This particular area of Canton, obviously you've lived in Canton for several years. Are you somewhat familiar with this area of Canton?
Yeah.
And how is it that you were familiar with the area of Canton prior to this date if you've never been to Ms. McCabe's house?
The commuter rail is right near there that I would take to work.
Are there any schools in that area as well?
Yes, the John F. Kennedy School.
And you mentioned that your son played baseball, correct?
Yes, and
Ball field.
my son and John's nephew also went to the home daycare across the street from the JFK.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to just publish a brief portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 12.
Okay.
Gentlemen, what I'm going to ask is if you could push this video forward to 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I'm sorry, you could play from there.
We don't need them driving.
Ms. Roberts, from what you've seen on the video, as far as what's depicted in this video, is that a fair and accurate portrayal, consistent with what you observed that morning as you were driving around, going from Mr. O'Keefe's house to Ms. McCabe's sister's house?
Yes.
And the turn that this vehicle is taking at this point in the video, about 2 minutes and 40 seconds in, do you recognize what street that vehicle is turning onto?
I believe it's Fairview.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Now, Ms. Roberts, as you're driving from Mr. O'Keefe's house to this address on Fairview Road that you've never been to before, what's going on inside the car?
Karen was frantic. She wouldn't put her seatbelt on. And I was getting nervous because we're driving in a blizzard. She kept leaning in between the two seats. I think at some point she was texting in the back seat and then she'd be leaning. She was just frantic the whole morning.
And as far as her screaming, do you recall anything specifically that she was screaming or what, if any, sort of conversation was going on in the car as you were driving?
There was some conversation about a woman I didn't know that was Bella's mom. And she said, Bella's mom never liked me. I think Bella lived near Jen's sister, maybe. I don't know. Some conversation about Bella's mom, and Karen said she didn't like me.
And do you recall where you were in your travels when that topic of conversation came up?
No, I don't recall.
Now, in reference to following that, what, if anything, did you say in regard to any other sort of...
Any other what?
Following that conversation in regard to Bella's mom, who you didn't know, what, if anything, did you say or introduce into the conversation?
Fairview Road runs along Spring Street, I think it is. Spring Lane. So Spring Lane and Fairview are both off at Chapman Street, and there was a woman he dated that lived on Spring Lane. So when Jen was telling me where her sister's house was, I said, I don't know where Fairview is. And she said, it's near Spring Lane. And I said, oh, where the dance instructor lived. John had once dated a dance instructor. And then Karen said, do you think he could have gone there? Do you think that's where he could have been? No, I was just using it as a reference point. She said it's near Spring Lane. And I knew that the dance instructor lived on Spring Lane.
And just to be clear, when you say the dance instructor, this would be for his niece, Kaylee?
Correct.
And you indicated that the two of them, being Mr. O'Keefe and the dance instructor, had dated at some point in the past, correct?
Yes.
How long ago was that?
Oh, it was when Kaylee was little. She was probably like 5.
So almost 10 years before this date that you're driving. Now, as you're driving along and driving down Fairview, what is it that you're doing? What, if anything, do you observe Mr. McCabe doing? Then what, if anything, do you observe the defendant?
Well, we were looking for John walking or wherever he may be. So I'm driving and looking on both sides. And I think Jen was looking on both sides. And Karen she would be in the back seat, then she'd be in between us, then she'd be in the back seat, and then in between us.
And as you came down the hill on Fairview, what, if anything, what happened then?
Jen said, my sister's house is right up here. And all of a sudden, Karen said, there he is. Let me the F out of this car. And she started kicking the door.
And how was she kicking the door?
With her feet. Well, how was she kicking the door?
How hard was she kicking?
Pretty hard. I mean, she wanted to get out of the car, but it was locked because once you start driving, the back doors lock. So I looked over and I didn't see anything. And I looked at Jen and I said, she's crazy. And I unlocked the door and I sat back and watched. And she ran over to a mound of snow.
And so as the time you're driving down the road, have you seen anything, as you're driving down, sort of looking at the side of the road, have you seen anything on your side of the vehicle?
No.
And when you say she gets out of the vehicle, is it your side or passenger side where Mr. Cave is? That
The driver's side.
So she gets out of the driver's side of the vehicle and the back passenger, correct?
Correct.
And how quickly does she go sort of from your car to where she ends up?
She ran over to the mound.
And at that point in time, even when she runs over, could you see what she was running over to?
At some point, I realized it was the shape of a body.
And when was that you realized? When in this sort of sequence were you able to realize that?
That was in seconds. Once she ran over to his body, I said, oh my God. And she lifted up his shirt and started to lay on him.
And when you stopped to let her out, where were you in relation to that mound of snow or what you learned?
I think my car was like in the middle of the road. I just stopped.
And in relation to where the mound of snow was, had you driven past it at that point? So where was it?
Yes.
So it was located behind your vehicle?
Yeah.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, I would ask just play on that for about 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Okay. What's depicted in the screen in front of this camera angle? Do you recognize what that is?
That's my car.
Is that essentially where you parked your car when Ms. Reed started kicking the doors and got out and ran over?
Yes.
Could just press back for a moment. Now, from this video, do you see where in relation to your vehicle, Mr. O'Keefe, where you found his heels?
With the pointer?
Okay. Ms. Gilman, if you could, again, display for about this.
Keep in mind, folks, she did testify that she's been really good friends with John O'Keefe since high school. So it appears that she is crying. You know, those could very well be real tears. I know that it sounded like Jen McCabe was crying at first when this was playing, but I think she just has like some kind of allergies or something like that. But yeah, she does appear to be crying. This could have been a very emotional experience for her as well, having been good friends with John. And yeah, it seems pretty sincere to me too.
Individuals on screen again. They're just using the way they want to direct their attention to those are.
That is Jen McCabe. That's Karen Reed. That's me.
She did also testify earlier that she couldn't really see him at first, but that Karen had run to a mound, which does suggest there was snow on top of him.
Roberts, in relation to what you just saw in the video, as far as at some points, the rear sort of tailgate or hatchback on your SUV, that was in the up position, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you recall why that was?
Because I was having Jen get the baby blankets to wrap around him out of my car.
And is that something that you just sort of have in the back of your car at all times?
Yeah.
Now, at any point in time in that sequence, did you call anybody or have any sort of phone calls that you made that went to voicemail at that time?
Did I?
Yes.
I don't know.
And so nothing that you recall, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you observe Ms. McCabe make any phone calls that just sort of went to voicemail and she left her phone in your car?
Objection. Sustained.
Let me take you back to when you're pulling. So as far as the conditions when you pull up and the defendant's banging on the door and gets out and runs over to Mr. O'Keefe. What's depicted in that video, obviously without your vehicle being in the middle of the roadway, is that fair and accurate portrayal of what the road looked like and sort of what you saw upon your arrival?
Yes.
So after the defendant gets out of the vehicle, what did you do? Where did you go?
When I realized it was him or someone, I ran over and I dug his head out of the snow.
And I recall you recognized the person in the snow was Mr. O'Keefe.
Once I dug his head out, yes.
And you recall how his body was positioned as far as how was he on his stomach, on the back, on the side?
He was on his back.
And so you brushed some snow away from his head, is that correct?
Off his face.
And when you were brushing the snow off his face, what, if anything, did you observe about his face or the condition of him?
He had blood coming out of his nose and his mouth. And his right eye it looked like a golf ball. His left eye was fine. But the right eye looked like a golf ball.
Now, you mentioned that you wiped some snow from around his head. What, if anything else, did you observe on the rest of his body?
He was bleeding in the back of the head. So when I was wrapping I don't know why I was wrapping blankets around his head, but I didn't know. He had a cut on the back of his head.
Do you recall which side of his head that cut was on?
I don't. It just was blood on the blanket that was under him, under his head.
Now, as far as the rest of his body, did that have snow on it as well?
Say it again, I'm sorry.
The rest of his body separate from his head area. What, if any, snow did you observe on the rest of his body?
He was completely covered.
See, there you have it. So now you have snow cover on top of him. I wonder if he's going to ask her how much snow was on top of him. I mean, she did say he was completely covered, but what was like the thickness of the snow? That's something that I'm very interested in, the snow timeline that I've talked so much about. This is the 40th witness, and we finally have like clear information as to that particular topic.
You know about how much snow was covering the rest of his
There we
body?
go.
I would say like 4 inches, maybe 3. I don't really remember exactly how many, but he was covered.
And so with reference to Mr. O'Keefe, and when you arrived there, 3 of you being you, the defendant, and Ms. McCabe, what is it that you were doing when you first sort of come over to Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, Karen was laying on top of him, and I told her to get off him because I was going to do CPR. And I said, Jen, you need to call 911. And I started CPR on his chest compressions, and then Karen was giving him mouth to mouth.
And as far as CPR goes, is that something that you had any training in prior to this?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury a little bit about that as far as what, if any, training did you have as far as CPR was concerned?
I get CPR certified every 2 years through the American Red Cross at work.
So you start doing chest compressions, is that right?
Correct.
And you direct Ms. McCabe to call 911?
Yes.
And I've done CPR training before a number of times, starting when I was young. My mom would always have me and my siblings go through regular CPR training, also because we were in Scouts. But that is what I recall. The exactly what you're supposed to do is, check, call, care. So you're supposed to, check to see if there's a pulse, if there's breathing, etc. Then call 911, and then you care. You do CPR, you do the repetitions and all that kind of stuff.
And what was the defendant doing at that?
She was doing mouth to mouth, and she was frantic again, running around. And
as she was running around, what, if anything else, was she doing or saying while she was running around?
Did I hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead?
Is that something that she said once or more than once?
More than once.
And similar to sort of the tonality or the volume of the voice that you were describing before, was that consistent when you're there sort of in front of the house?
Yes.
Now, in relation to where you were with Mr. O'Keefe, obviously you've never been in this house before, is that right?
Correct.
What, if anything, did you observe as far as overhead lights or street lights or anything like that around that area where you found Mr. O'Keefe?
There was a fire hydrant, and there was some weird like electrical box thing sticking out of the ground.
But you don't recall any sort of like overhead lights or anything like that?
I don't recall.
Now, this process of you sort of doing compressions and Ms. Reed is doing mouth-to-mouth and then running around, is the mouth-to-mouth that she's doing, is that sort of consistent, or is it intermittent between? When is the running around in relation to the mouth-to-mouth?
I don't remember which was first. I was concentrating on doing chest compressions.
And so while you're doing chest compressions, at some point do first responders start to arrive?
Correct.
And about how long was it from the time that you sort of get out of the vehicle, go over, realize it's Mr. O'Keefe, et cetera, and to when the first responders arrived?
I don't know. Wasn't long. Maybe under 10 minutes.
During that time, or during any amount of time that you were there, did you see anybody from any of the houses on the street come out of the house, or any neighbors come out or anything like that?
No.
Once, if you recall, do you recall whether it was police or fire or ambulance, or who showed up first?
I don't know. I think the police showed up first, or the EMTs. I just know the EMTs came over and said, we'll take it from here. I wasn't paying attention to what else was going on.
So you're sort of focused on the chest compressions, and at some point, some paramedic comes over and tells you they've got this.
Yes.
And so after that, where did you go?
After that, where did I go? I stayed in the area. I think I went back over to the car.
And as paramedics are working on John, you're over by your vehicle, correct?
I think so.
And so where was, what were you doing, and where was Ms. McCabe, and where was the defendant at that?
Karen was running around the body while the EMTs were trying to work on him. She was just frantic.
And so you're over by the car, and Ms. Reed is running around over where Mr. O'Keefe is?
Yes.
Where was Ms. McCabe?
I don't know. She was somewhere around the car.
Closer to you than to where Mr. O'Keefe was?
I don't know.
Now, where Mr. O'Keefe was, if you know, where was he in relation to the roadway or the paved sort of pathway of Fairview
I don't know because you couldn't tell which was the road and which was the grass. Like you couldn't tell where the road began and ended. So I don't know.
Now, you described the defendant sort of running around Mr. O'Keefe frantically. What, if anything, was she saying at that point?
Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
And that sort of phraseology or the way she put that, was that consistent throughout? Is that how she stated it?
Yes.
And again, in that same sort of loud volume voice at the time?
Yes.
Now, at some point, Mr. O'Keefe is taken from where he is by the paramedics to an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And as he's being taken off the ground, what, if anything, did you observe in that area?
His phone was under him and it was grass.
Now, as far as the grass that you observed, how was that in relation to sort of the rest of the area where Mr. O'Keefe was?
Everything else had snow.
So everything else is covered in snow, and when he's lifted off the ground underneath his body, is that where the grass is?
Yes.
And his phone was where in relation to his body? As far as when he's lifted up, what part of his body had been opened?
Like maybe his shoulder, maybe it was like his back. So when they lifted him up, it was under where like his, whatever the right side of his back.
And what I'm asking is basically sort of up towards the shoulder blade or down towards his lower back, if you.
In the middle.
And when you saw the phone on the grass, what, if anything, did you do with Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
I picked it up. I put it in my pocket. And at some point, one of the first responders asked if I had it. I handed it over.
Do you recall who that first responder was?
No.
Hang on. I can tell. I can feel it.
Even whether it was a police officer, a firefighter, or a paramedic?
No.
Now, as Mr. O'Keefe is being taken from where he was located when we found him to the ambulance, what happens then? What goes on from that?
At some point, Officer Good told Karen to calm down because she was frantic. And at some point, Jen and Karen were in the back of a police cruiser to warm up. I was standing outside watching the ambulance because I could see in through the ambulance that they were moving things and working on them.
And so what, if any, conversation did you have with the defendant or Mr. McCabe in reference to what you were seeing through the back of the ambulance?
I said, they're working on him. They're working on him. And at one point, Karen grabbed the front of my jacket and screamed in my face and said, are they working on him? Is he alive? And I said, they're working on him. They're working on him. They wouldn't be working on him if he was dead. And then she had us hold hands and pray. And then at some point, she had blood on her hands and she told us she had her period. So I think she was just in a state of shock, maybe.
And what, if anything, did either you or Ms. McCabe say to her when she said that?
We said, no, that's not your blood. That's John's.
And what happened
then? Then the ambulance drove away.
And if you know about how long was it from the time that you were told by the paramedic to step away from Mr. O'Keefe, they had this, from that point to when the ambulance drove away?
I don't know. I don't think it was long. I watched them work on whatever they were doing in the back of the ambulance, and they got in the ambulance and drove away.
And after the ambulance left, where did the three of you go, or where did you go? Where did Ms. Reed go? Where did Ms.
Karen, I had her in my car. Jen was going up to the door to her sister's house, and I said to the police, I had been on the phone now. I had called Mrs. O'Keefe. I had called John's mother. I had called John's father. At some point, Karen was on the phone with John's sister-in-law, Erin, telling him John's dead. So I grabbed the phone from her. I said, he's not dead. He's in the back of an ambulance. He's been in an accident. And she said that Paul was going to go, John's brother, to the hospital that they were bringing John to. So I spoke to I called Mr. O'Keefe. He didn't answer.
Next question. That'll stand. The next question.
So you call Mr. O'Keefe and Mrs. O'Keefe John's parents?
Correct.
At some point, you have a conversation with them, correct?
Correct.
And do you know why it was that Ms. McCabe was going into the house on Fairview?
Do you know why?
To wake her sister, I think.
And after those conversations, so you grab the phone from the defendant, you speak to Erin O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And following those conversations with members of the O'Keefe family, where is it that you were going?
I asked Mrs. O'Keefe if she had 4-wheel drive, and she said no. And Mr. O'Keefe had a van that didn't have 4-wheel drive. So I said, I'm going to come get you, and I'll take you to the hospital.
All right, so why don't we end this now for now? Okay. All right, Chris will take the luncheon.
Okay.
Yep.
Good to be closed and leave your books on your chairs. All right, jury out.
See if there's going to be anything else before they break for lunch, and then we will break for lunch. Well, but before that, we're going to end the poll. I'm going to do that right now while I remember that. Poll results are going into day 16. How do you lean regarding the murder charge against KR? 1,500 votes. 77% said not guilty. 16% said need more info. 5% said guilty. So it's about the same right now. Interesting. Nothing has really moved the needle one way or another. All right. Okay. So we are.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Okay. So then we are back to live here. We're gonna take that off the screen. Okay, we're gonna answer some questions. We're gonna do a lightning round because we're like 18 minutes behind. They're gonna come back in 40 minutes ish. Okay, let's get some questions though. Sophie 1518, Legalbytes, what's your impression so far? If all these witnesses were not in any way involved in what happened, why are they being so suspicious about everything? I have the same question. I have the same question here because, why they would just be inviting more suspicion to themselves. But same impressions, maybe they had nothing to do with it, but they're not helping themselves. Okay, Raiden, question. So this is the person that called Karen batshit crazy when she was hysterical and called Karen a nanny with benefits. WTF? Apparently, I expect that to probably come out on cross-examination. I'm sure everybody has questions on like, how does that fit? Because so far it doesn't seem to fit the personality that she's displaying on direct examination. She also doesn't seem to be a particularly catty person or a particularly chatty person. So that also is interesting. It seems to contradict Jen's testimony so far, but maybe we'll see a different side to her. How many times in this trial have we seen one side of a witness on direct examination, and then after that, we see a completely different side on cross-examination? So that is it's certainly a question. We got to wait for cross, right? Cross and then redirect always. Tori Matthews, how much of Kerry's testimony is from reality or Jen's quote unquote timeline? That's another question. And this is one of the reasons why the defense certainly wanted to hammer in on this, because it places a question about Kerry before she actually testifies. So, that's going to get clarified one way or another by the end of her testimony, right? People are going to be able to make that determination, but it is a question that is probably on a lot of people's minds as we all watch this testimony together. Walt Dog 5791 question. Wait, they went to John's house to search first. Didn't the previous witness say they got in the car and went to 34 Fairview Road at the direction of Karen? So what Jen had testified is that she called and she said, some panic about John. We've got to go to 34 Fairview. That was what she had testified to. But then when she got there personally, when Karen got to Jen McCabe's house personally, they basically decided, they were like, we're going to go to John's house first. So that part is actually in line with Jen McCabe's testimony, but Jen had said that like 34 Fairview Road was on Karen's mind first things first, to go there first, which of course the implication there is the prosecution wants the jury to think that she had it on her mind because she wanted to direct them right there, because she wanted them to find her, or to find John rather, because she had placed him there, she had killed him. That's the theory. Echebelen Yuxikaya, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Question regarding the going in the house with shoes issue. Could there be some forensics from the scene in John's house? It doesn't make sense to make a big deal if not. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's something that is just not apparent to us now at this point. But so far it's weird. Like, it seems to be just that, they're trying to say something about like, he was a neat freak, and Karen knew that about him. And so he would normally require people to take off their shoes, but she knew that he would never know that or something because she knew that he was dead already. So she could just be disrespectful to the things that he wanted in the way that he kept his house, I guess. I don't know. That to me just seems like a far-flung theory in comparison to a much simpler explanation, which is she's freaking out because she thinks that there's something wrong, that he's out there in the cold and that his life is in danger. And so she's like gone completely batty in her brain, and it's firing off in a million different directions at once in a total panic. Like that to me seems like a more reasonable explanation than what the theory seems to be, I guess, that the prosecution's putting out about the shoes thing. But I don't know, maybe we'll see something that you're right about, that there's some sort of forensics that we don't know about. I don't know. Eto, Legalbytes, does this taillight prosecution help the defense? Let prosecution make a big deal out of it, then kill it all with the video of KR backing into the car and breaking it. That could be. It could be. I mean, it could be that there's this whole lead up that the jury's thinking like, well, the taillight, there's all these questions about the taillight. And then the defense introduces, the evidence. I don't know. But there also can be a risk that if the jury makes a conclusion about that, and they're not supposed to make a conclusion about any of this stuff until the end, but they're human, just like we're all human watching this and making impressions as we watch. And sometimes it's hard to fight against those impressions as they're starting to build and to maintain an open mind. So there also could be a risk in like them basically making a conclusion of like, no, she hit her, she hit him with her taillight, and that's why the taillight looks like that. I don't know, but to me, there's still enough questions here as to what exactly happened with the taillight. It seems like there's kind of some like different bits and pieces of testimony that are a little bit inconsistent with one another about this taillight, that maybe there's enough that the defense has an opening to introduce that and convince the jury otherwise. Maybe. Notice question: if KR chooses to plead the fifth, I doubt she will, but how is defense able to introduce the ring camera footage where she bumps into John's car? How do you introduce evidence without a witness? You can introduce evidence through perhaps a forensic witness, like a I would say perhaps a what's the word for it? An expert witness who may have looked at all of the digital footage and was it all of the digital forensics, including phones and everything else. You could probably introduce the evidence through them. That's another way of doing it, to say that this was part of something that they looked at as part of their opinion, as part of the basis of their opinion. So that's another way of doing it. Doctor Who 8675309. Can we see more video of the fan? I need the fan in my life. Sorry about that. Let's see. Grizzly Legalbytes. Would you want to be friends with Jen McCabe? Never. I wouldn't want to be friends with Regina George. No, thank you. No, thank you. Raise your hand if you have been victimized by Regina George. Raise your hand if you've been victimized by Jen McCabe. Like that's how I feel by the end of her testimony, is that she is Regina George. Like 100% is Regina George vibes. Mike Olson. Legalbytes, after this witness, have your opinions changed? This is my bedtime. I'm so sorry about that. So this witness so far appears to be very credible. She appears to be very credible. But I also said the same thing about Jen McCabe after her like direct examination. So, anything can happen. And sometimes in this case, the more credible they look on direct examination, the harder they fall on cross-examination. Like that's a Jen McCabe is a prime example of that. So I don't know. I mean, there definitely are some pieces here that Kerry has testified to that seem to be credible at the moment. And those will have to be addressed by the defense. Will they? I'm sure they will. Will it be strong enough? I don't know. We'll find out. But overall, it's I don't want to make any concrete determinations about this witness until we've seen her full testimony. LK Ryden is the female lawyer, right? So a fair guess is they are expecting a sympathetic witness. That said, it's clearly sensitive for her. Prediction, 60% chance she gets feisty. We'll see. We will see. It could be that she's got a softer touch that is better for eliciting testimony from this particular witness that is friendlier to the defense. We shall see. Baz 80's question, in your opinion, no shade to fellow lawyers. Do you think the prosecution has planned for defense questions enough, or is it just not well executed? I don't know. I don't think that they've done enough to try to take the sting out of damaging evidence to come out on direct examination as opposed to cross-examination. There have been too many times, in my opinion, that the prosecution has had a direct examination where a witness looks great. They smell super rosy by the end of their direct examination. And then on cross, all of this stuff comes out that's like, oh, you did not say anything about that. Oh, this makes me look at this person a little bit differently. Oh, that's not good for the prosecution. And when that happens, there's always a question of like, would it have been better for that to come out on direct examination? Because if the prosecution is the first to talk about it, the stuff that's damaging to the prosecution, it shows we're not afraid of this. We're confronting this and we have a good explanation for it. And it takes the sting out of it. There has not been really any of that in this case so far. I can't currently think, maybe after, on the break or after the end of the day today, I'll like sit back and think, well, there was this one example, but like at this particular moment, I can't think of any examples of when Lally has gotten the jump on something that is bad facts for the prosecution and gotten ahead of it on direct examination to prevent the defense from using it as like this really big piece of their cross-examination. So yeah, I don't think that they've necessarily done enough to plan for all of that. Well executed. I mean, a lot of the questions and the structure of questions are just hard to follow. They're hard to follow. Lally asked a question and it could have been a much simpler question, but instead he adds all of this fluff and he kind of takes these like side quests before he actually gets to the end of the question. By the time you get to the end, you've kind of forgotten where it started. So it's hard to follow where he's going a lot of the times, which also does not help the prosecution. So yeah, that's my long answer. Mike Olson, I get it. I'm punished because my ancestors didn't move from Sweden and I have to wait until tomorrow, Francis, but please give me something sweet to go to bed with. I'm so sorry to hear that. But I totally understand. Sleep is important too. Joey G17 question. Do you think there would be a dent in the car? I mean, if he had a bump on his face, then there should be a dent somewhere, not just a broken taillight. I need all of this to be explained. Like all of this needs to be explained, like how this kind of an impact results in this kind of damage to the car and these kind of injuries to the person. That all has to be explained too. Like I want to see both sides' explanation for that for sure, because there are just so many questions as to how this happens with this kind of a collision. Reese Freeman question, Legalbytes. Why was Jen telling people he was dead when he was on his way to the hospital? Jen was saying that he was dead. I missed that. I did, however, hear the part where Kerry said that Karen's first phone call said John's dead. John's dead. Kerry, which was interesting for the prosecution for sure. So that is a part that the defense is definitely going to have to cross-examine on, because that's like, how would she know that he's dead, or what would be the explanation for it? My guess is the defense would say she's already in a state of complete panic and disassociation from reality, that she's just kind of like in her mind, she's already made these, what's the word for it? Hang on. I'm brain farting right now. Fatalistic. That's the word that I'm looking for. She's already made a fatalistic conclusion as to what's happened to him, even though she has no information to go off of. Sometimes people do that, but is that what's happened here? Or is it because she actually knows he's dead? That's something that has to be clarified for the jury one way or another. So, Jen, Phil 4400, was a snow caked on the taillight, or did you see a metal piece? My head hurts. That's another interesting point. I mean, so I can also understand, to me, it seemed like what she said was it had a small black hole in it. There was a metal piece that was kind of sticking out for it, and there was cake snow on top. I can see all of those things being present at the same time and being able to see all of that. I can understand that. But I understand why folks would have questions about that too. Okay, folks. So, all right, we are already at half hour to the top of the hour. So we're gonna close it out for this stream. I already got the poll, so we're good on that. This will okay, one more question, and then we're gonna close it out. Janet G, Legalbytes. Okay, question. In the infamous video of when they find John, the video we're watching is from the police dash cam, right? So that's Kerry's car we're seeing in the video. Hatch open. Yes, I believe so. Yeah, all of that I think is correct. Okay, so we're gonna close it out. This is going to redirect right into the afternoon stream, and then I'm also going to put some social media posts just in case people get dropped from it. Hang on. Let me make it public first, because just in case, sometimes I forget to do that. I forgot to do that this time. Okay. Let me just boppity boop really quick. Talk amongst yourselves while I do this. And boom, there we go. Okay. It is public. And yes, I'm gonna go get some food. Don't worry, guys. I've also instructed Mr. Bites to help me out with that. So hopefully he has something for me. Okay, folks. So I'll see you guys in about 25 minutes, and we're gonna have more of this, more of all of this, whatever this is craziness. But today so far has been absolutely wild. Thank you so much for joining me for the wild ride that is the Boston Tea Party trial. This has been crazy. I'm sure there's going to be even more to come later today. Please join us in the afternoon if you are available. On your way out, before you do go, please do like the stream. It really does help with pushing this out to all the YouTube algorithm gods, and they can help us out and make the channel grow and all that good stuff. So please do that. And thank you once again to everybody that's in the chat, in the comments, lurking, all of you guys. I appreciate every single one of you. Mods, of course, as always, for helping to make sure that the chat is a great place to agree and disagree. Bring all your thoughts, bring all your impressions and your perceptions and all your experiences. I love it. And folks that are super chatting, buying memberships for themselves and others, once again, thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate all of it. It really does help, every single little bit of it. Okay, folks, that is going to be about it. I'll see you guys very, very soon.